87 Hawks Avenue, site plan, public hearing. This is a continuation of our public hearing on Forest Mills. I'll ask the applicant to address the board.
Good evening, David Venditti for the applicant. Nice to see everyone tonight. We're here this evening, and I would like to first hand up to the board. You had some questions concerning where some of the statistics and local demographics came with respect to parking, and you asked for that to be presented to you. So our parking consultant did put that together. So if I may approach. In addition, the board should have received, as we did, an interpretation from the building inspector with respect to questions that have been brought up concerning the front yard and where that begins with respect to the property. And there is a minor redesign that established that front yard, and that came from, I don't know what the date was, but the board should have that. We don't have those plans tonight. We will be submitting those plans for the next meeting so that you can view it and get it up online, and the public can take a good look at it. I think it will be something that is favorable to people that are concerned about parking, although it will have a reconfiguration but have the same amount of parking spaces. I believe that we're here tonight to listen to a presentation from Mr. Galante.
I don't think Michael is here to do a full presentation. It's really not our role to present the traffic analysis, but we are here to answer any questions and to do sort of a very brief overview as opposed to a...
Okay, then we'll listen to his brief overview that hopefully will answer any questions. I'm sure that...
I'm sorry, David, that wasn't enough of a difference, but...
That's okay.
I don't mean to split hairs, I'm sorry.
Semantics is my life, but at any rate, we're very interested in Mr. Galante's brief overview. We know, his expertise and his good work, and we also have our traffic consultant, Mr. Garofalo, who's here to answer any questions after that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Galante, Frederick Clark Associates. We are and have been traffic consultants in town for a number of years. David, you see David on a more regular basis, but I'm kind of in the background looking at traffic and parking issues. If I just spend a couple minutes talking about the traffic and parking review that we prepared for the town on this application. If we go back to December of last year, we prepared a memorandum that was our first memorandum out of a couple that talked and reviewed the traffic document that was submitted to the town. Our first comment, which I think is very, very important, was that the applicant submitted a document that did not include a traffic study. So our first comment was that a traffic study should be included in any application before the town to determine potential impacts to area roads. I'll call it a standard traffic study, but it involves traffic counts, an analysis of the existing conditions, identification and inventory of the road system serving the site itself, estimates for site traffic generation, following standard procedures, distribution patterns, where will the traffic come from and go to, adding that traffic to the roadway system during the typical, in this case, commuter peak hours, typically in the morning, approximately 7:30 to 8:30, in the afternoon. I think the actual peak was 4:45 to 5:45 p.m. Those were the highest volumes recorded during actual traffic counts conducted by the applicant. And we actually had suggested the intersections along Hawks Avenue at 134, as we call it the Y intersection, just below the 9A overpass, the 9A off-ramp, going, we'll call it westbound, or 9A northbound to Hawks Avenue near the site frontage, and then the driveway to the Woods condominium development. This is essentially across the street from the site frontage. Those counts were conducted, the volumes were identified as far as peak hour volumes by movement, and that was the basis, what we call in traffic engineering, the baseline condition for a traffic study. They expanded the traffic data 3 years out, meaning looking to the future. In this case, they used a 2% per year growth rate to account for general growth in the area, which is standard, although a 2% growth rate per year is no longer standard. It's more like 0.5% per year because the road is simply not what it used to be many, many years ago. So they use, in my mind, a conservative approach to estimate an increased traffic over a period of time. They estimated traffic for a development of 53 residential rental apartments, and it's based on standards that all traffic engineers use from ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and it's from a document called Trip Generation, which is based on actual counts from traffic engineers that are tabulated and put together as a document and used and accepted by and expected to be used by traffic engineers by New York State DOT, Westchester County, and certainly the town of Austin. So we use that standard to review their standards and what they've estimated. They've estimated, I think it was about 30 or 40 trips per, let me just get the right number for you. 30 to 46 trips during 30 trips during one peak hour, and 46 trips during the afternoon peak hour. And everyone says, well, every house has 2 cars, so it must be, 53 times 2 or 100 trips or so. And that's simply not the case. Not everyone leaves at the same time in the morning. I would use my house as the example. I don't leave my house anywhere near when my wife leaves the house in the morning, and certainly not coming home at night. So the estimates used in the traffic study are reasonable for the projection or estimate of traffic generation on area roads. And the basis of a traffic study is what is the impact of a development on the road system. Some will argue that the road simply can't handle because the volumes are too high. It's an evaluation of the volumes, the distribution of the traffic. We look at sightlines, which I'll touch on in a minute, and what is the impact of that development. Now, the intersections that I had suggested to be included in the traffic study, they're all stop sign control or uncontrolled intersections. And before and after, when you add 30 to 40 trips to the road system, the analysis, and we use levels of service, just like in school. A is fantastic. If you're in trouble when you go home at night, meaning failure or significant delay. These intersections do work at very acceptable levels of delay, if you will, based on a model that we're obligated to use as far as evaluating traffic conditions. We did not ask for the intersection of 134 and 9A, which is a single-less intersection. Everyone here in the room, I'm sure, realizes that's a very busy intersection. It has been for many, many, many years. We're actually reviewing that intersection as part of another application in town, and they haven't included that intersection. And there's been some concern based on discussions with the town that this intersection of 134 and 9A should have been included in the analysis. I would suggest that this applicant, the data is already there, the counts are already conducted, the analyses are available, the different traffic studies that will be available, I'm sure sometime in the very near future, that this applicant can take a look at that data and make their own conclusions as far as impacts. The other part of a traffic study are sight lines at driveways. And the original site plan had proposed 2 driveways along the site frontage on Hawks Avenue. I'll call it the southerly driveway and the northerly driveway. We had concerns with the southerly driveway because of sight lines or lack of sight lines. So based on our comments and their additional analyses for intersection site distance and stopping site distance, which is different, they've eliminated that driveway and they only have it for emergency access, meaning a fire truck coming into the site if the main driveway was blocked for some reason. And now the northerly driveway is the only driveway serving the site for its residents and visitors, delivery trucks, and so on. And that, as far as we know so far, it meets the standards based on the information provided to us based on speeds. And I know someone will probably stand up and say speeds are very high on Hawks Avenue, and the speeds are higher than the posted speed limit. The posted speed limit is 30 miles per hour, and the speeds that were recorded by the applicant's traffic engineer, I believe, were around 44 to 46 miles per hour. And those speeds are used in the analysis, not the posted speeds. So they're looking at, we're obligated to look at the higher speed. So that's kind of a quick overview of a traffic study and what's included in a traffic study. We have been reviewing aspects of this traffic study. We've asked for additional information. They've provided additional information, and I'm sure we'll be asking for more information as the process moves forward. I'm here to answer those questions at your pleasure. Okay. Oh, do you want me to talk about parking? Okay. Sorry, I didn't mention parking out. Parking was another part of the application. The applicant is proposing 108 parking spaces. The town regulations indicate you need or require 106 parking spaces. So that's just over 2 spaces. I think it's 2.11 spaces per unit. And they provided, I think, tonight some comparisons to parking conditions throughout the town. And I think actually also the village. And then we also look at standards from ITE and just general knowledge of what we do in the profession. And my first reaction is 2 spaces per unit is adequate. We've gone out on our own, not for this application, for other work we do in other places, and have looked at parking demand. And we typically do parking studies of parking demand for a development like this at 11 o'clock at night, because that's when everyone's home. That's when you find the maximum demand for a residential development. And I typically have, I don't think I've ever found parking demand that's at 2 spaces per unit. It's typically 1 to 1.5 spaces per unit in that range, depending on the type of development. It does vary a little bit. So that's the gist of the parking, and I'll leave it up to the applicant to respond or provide additional information tonight or other nights.
Thank you very much. The only additional information I wanted to add is it wasn't reflected that we're at 112 parking spaces now because we agreed to turn the bank spaces into actual
Okay.
spaces.
Okay. I know you have bank spaces, but I didn't realize you were actually building them now in the proposal. Thank you.
Does the applicant have any other presentation that they would like to give tonight?
Not at this time. Any questions you have, we're going to answer them. When we give you our next set of drawings, I'm sure we'll have much more.
Okay, now we will open the public hearing at this time. If you would like to make a comment on the Park Knowles application, please come to the mic, state your name and address.
Hi, everybody. Steve Jenny, I'm 92 Deer Run Lane. Maybe we could take a quick poll. Anybody in the room in favor of this development?
No.
Okay, regarding the Park Knowles development, I have a list of negatives. Number one, it's a dangerous entrance that they're proposing to the property. It's on a blind curve on a hill. And I've heard a lot of people speak of that previously to this. The second thing is, I appreciate all the studies that everybody's doing, but we have to remember, I don't know if this is factored into your study about parking and cars moving and stuff, there is no public transportation anywhere around the proposed development, number one. So if there's 2 people in a house, if they're going to be mobile, they've got to have a car. If they have a daughter or son who is 17 or older, mom and dad have a car, and probably the son or daughter has a car. I know somebody's going to make a comment on the proposed parking so close to Hawks Avenue, so I'll leave that to somebody else. The third negative that I have is that the building does not in any way, shape, or form blend in with the surrounding area. I'd like somebody to tell me anywhere around here where apartment houses blend with condominiums and private homes with an apartment house stuck right in the middle. Number 4, the site plan offers a loss of buffer for the condominiums. When they do the construction, I'm sure they're going to have to take out the buffer that's there so they can construct, and in turn that buffer is going to take years to grow back in before it's a buffer anymore. Number 5, again with the traffic study that you've done, this is a very unique area. I don't care what any of the New York State surveys tell you, but this is a unique area, and anybody in this room will answer to that. The added truck traffic will cause massive backups at the intersection of Route 9A and 134. A tractor trailer or a large truck trying to make a left from the extension of Hawks Avenue 134 onto 134 actual. You can't even make that turn with a car half the time because the traffic is always backed up. I don't know what's going to happen when a tractor trailer gets in there you're gonna gridlock the intersection for a good period of time. Plus, it's dangerous. And also, there's a potential for traffic backing up on the Hawks Avenue ramp from Route 9A northbound with traffic in the right lane. The possibility does exist that traffic will start to spill back. That's in a very dangerous spot because it's on the downslope of a hill, and the speed limit on Route 9A is probably 90, but everybody's doing 50. It's got a potential for a large accident there. Number 6, the sewer pump stations that they plan to tap into. The one that they're going to tap into was designed for 48 units. And now we're going to add another 50 units into a sewer pump station that was designed for 48. Who's going to be responsible for the sewage backing up into the units? Because that pump station can't hold everything from double the units. And number 7, the rerouting of the stream. There's going to have to be some kind of a reroute of the stream that runs through that property. It does empty into a pond with a small dam on the Deerfield property, adjacent to the swimming pool at Deerfield. With the addition of the parking lot, I'm relatively sure that the runoff is going to be increased dramatically into that stream area and the pond. We've had significant flooding issues, both with Hurricane Floyd and other rainstorms that has caused that pond and that small dam to back up. If you're going to add a lot more water into it, the potential for a flood in that area, which will spill down onto Route 9A, as it did in Hurricane Floyd. And underneath the Hawks Avenue Bridge, you needed rowboats to get people out. If you're going to add more runoff in there, that's a potential problem right there. And my last, number 8, of the negatives is the privacy of the people that live in Deerfield will most definitely be lost with the construction and no buffer between the proposed playground and walking path at the rear of the Park Knowles development. There is one positive though. Mr. Beldati will benefit from this. Nobody else will. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the public who would like to
Lillian Haas, 52
Deerfield Lane?
Lillian Nahas, 52 Deerfield Lane. I'm the president of the Deerfield Homeowners Association. Is there a site plan here for this project tonight? There's no site plan. Well, I find that kind of surprising that we're here to discuss at a public hearing without even being able to view a site plan, because I brought the site plan for Deerfield, and I wanted to make some comparisons, but I guess that's not going to be possible. I'm very surprised, quite honestly, that we are unable to see the site plan. But I will show you what I have, and hopefully the next time we come back here, if there is a next time, I can make the comparison at that time. Yeah, it's almost meaningless, because what I wanted to point out is how different this looks from what's on the site plan that's been used for this project to date. I find that almost impossible to believe that we're still here discussing this when what's been shown on the site plan, I pointed this out before, is not what actually exists, especially when the applicant built what's all around it. So this is what exists at Deerfield now. Is that the site plan there? This is what exists there. If you look at the size of these units, there's nothing, I mean, this is so out of place. To put apartment buildings of this size in the middle of this small complex is just a travesty. Is that what exists?
Document dated 3/7/16.
Yeah, but if you look at this, and you look at this, just compare this now. Actually, that's the other way around, see, it's upside down.
It's ridiculous they don't have it here. It's ridiculous they don't have it here.
This is kind of silly.
I know.
But if you look at this,
There's nothing.
look at the size of these units, look at the size of the units that are, they're not copied. It's deceptive what's being shown on that home. These units are much smaller. These are small, I think it's pretty cool. So what I'm trying to point out is if we cannot rely, if we can't rely on what already exists here that was built by the applicant, how can we possibly, how can the planning board, how can anyone rely on what's being proposed here is actually going to be built? Who's going to, if for some reason this is no longer 2.5 stories and it becomes 4 stories, who's gonna tear it down? No one. We're gonna be stuck with this thing. The project is just too large. We are not opposed to having something there, but it's just too large. It is in discord with everything else that's in the area. It just doesn't belong. So I'm gonna give you this back. Sorry about that. I have here, on behalf of the taxpayers and the residents of the Hartford Avenue corridor, a petition with 380 signatures from both the condominium owners and private homeowners requesting that the planning board deny this application as it stands for the reasons that are outlined in the petition. The proposed apartment buildings are in complete discord with the surroundings, and it's been shown that information submitted by the applicant is erroneous, misleading, or incomplete, including but not limited to traffic studies, road repairs, and architectural drawings. We're not in a position to verify the applicant's submissions and request that the planning board do so before approving any plans for this site that could cause irreversible damage to the character and property values in our community.
Lillian, tell them the name.
Isn't it 380?
No, you never. Yes, you did.
380 signatures.
Good job.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Terry. I live over at Spring Pond, which is very close to the intersection of 9A and Route 134. Mr. Galante, it's directed to you. When you have an opportunity to conclude those traffic studies, I'd like you to maybe also include serious sun glare as well as poor weather conditions, because When we have those conditions, the traffic around here between those times that you cited is seriously impacted. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lynn Farrell from Horseshoe Circle. This is also directed to Mr. Galante. Now, I'm not an engineer, but I know engineers rely on all these statistical charts and stuff to make these calculations. I can tell you after 12 years of driving south on 9 a.m. in the morning and north on 9 a.m. in the evening, that this is not an acceptable delay. When I first moved up here in 2005, it would be maybe one cycle of the light I'd have to sit through before I could actually get onto the road to get to the light. Now it's 2.5. You add another 55 cars, that's one car, that's giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's gonna be another half an hour before anybody can get out on the roadway. And if you tell them to do the study now, I can tell you also from experience that once the colleges start letting out, the traffic goes down. When the schools are out, it's wonderful, because you can make it in 2 cycles of the light. You've got to wait till September to have a real accurate traffic study there. And I'm going to ask you, please, do not rely on these statistical charts, because they don't apply. Thank you.
My name is Keith Gordon. I live at 78 Hawks Avenue, which is on the other side of 9A, but just barely. I would ask that in evaluating the traffic, I did not hear any mention of the intersection of Croton Dam and Kitchewan Road. As it is at present, in the morning, during the rush period, it's very difficult to make the left turn from Kitchewan Road onto Croton Dam to then get onto 9A South. The traffic backs up from further down on Croton, and there's no way to get out. You have a stop sign on Kitchewan, and there's no stop sign on Croton Dam. So there's not, you're at the mercy, frankly, of courtesy, which isn't always afforded by people coming across Croton Dam Road. And you can be sitting there for quite a while trying to get up to Kitchewan. And if you're going south, as my wife does on her commute, you don't have really an option other than go all the way down the Dale and come all the way back up, which is kind of strange that you would want to load more traffic on those residential streets. You can't get out Hawks Avenue to get onto south. I also would echo the previous speaker. I've been sitting on 134 going towards 9A from Conic for 3 cycles and more trying to get through that intersection. It's a problem, a serious problem.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this application?
My name is Mike Vaughn. I live at 116 Woodsboro Circle. Very quick statement. At the risk of belaboring the obvious, I've been coming to these meetings regarding Parth Knowles since back in September. You opened it up for public hearing. I think this is the 4th iteration of a continuation of public hearings. Of all of the meetings I have come to, not one single solitary member of the public has said anything in favor of this project. I don't think you can ignore that.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard tonight on this application? Thank you. Do you have any comments?
No comment this evening.
I can't hear you.
No new comment this evening, but I understand that a new plan is being submitted fairly soon.
Kathy?
I would just add that prior to the before taking any action, we would need to ensure that the building inspector issues a zoning certification to make sure that the plan that's being provided fully complies with zoning.
Michael,
Can't hear you.
would you like to add anything else at this time?
Not at this time. We'll wait to see what other information comes in from the applicant. And they should respond to comments at some point.
Member Wilson? No.
Yes, I did. I think I've been on the planning board now since the beginning of the year. And this is one of the first projects that I've come across where I've also expressed a few concerns also. And Kathy, I'm just gonna look to you to see whether or not what I'm saying is legal or whatever else. I'm asking for your advice on a few things. Over the course of the past 4 or 5 planning board meetings when we talked about this project, I've listened to what the public has said about the 54 apartments versus what's it, all the adjacent properties, Deerfield, one across the street, Garden Road, whatever it is. And one person brought up a study, and I probably got it wrong, about the amount of units, apartments, 9.6 units per acre or something like that. And at Deerfield and the one across the street, it's X amount of units per acre. And then you come to this property, and the number spikes much higher. So a lot of the people, these neighbors have expressed concerns, and me as a planning board member, I'm also expressing that concern. I think the 53 apartments is too high. It's higher than any of the adjacent properties as to the amount of apartments, condos, whatever they want to build, as to what's adjacent to. And that, a few people have also expressed that it's going to affect their property values. As a planning board member and as a resident of the town of Ossining, I also have a concern about that. Because even though I might not live near this property, other people do. So I'm respectfully asking this applicant to really reconsider, because they are not going to get my vote, and I'm looking to you, Kathy. They're not going to get my vote. Because again, it's higher than what's there. Now, I don't know what the zoning
You can
laws
certainly
are.
read density concerns, but,
Density.
I think that you have to hear the whole entire project
Right.
before you can give your final determination on where you're gonna be ultimately on this application.
Fine. Number 2, a lot of people brought up questions about the Ossining school system and whether or not they talked to the board of the school and everything like that about the amount of people and items like that. They did a study, X amount of people. I heard the public talk about the amount of people that they thought there was there. I counted the amount of apartments, rooms, studies, and in my eyes, I saw what seemed to be higher than that. I don't know if they talked to the school board, the person in charge, and let that person, what the board, school board has said. Number 3, again, the 53 units, 106 spots, 112 parking spots. I've heard the concerns of the residents nearby also about concern with that many apartments, where they're gonna put all these cars, whether it's 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars, whatever it is. Thanksgiving time, a holiday, Christmas, people come to visit, people go away, whatever it is. Where are they gonna put all those cars? I don't think it's gonna be on Hawks. I don't know if it's gonna be across the street in these other developments. I really think that the 53 is too much. Number 4, and I mentioned it earlier, probably number 1, am I allowed to bring up the subject about the property values and of adjacent properties, and is that, as a planning board member, am I allowed to be concerned about that? Am I allowed to voice my vote at the end of the project when we hear everything else as to if it lowers the property value of neighbors? Am I allowed to say, disagree on something like that, and vote no or yes, based on the amount of apartments, and the buildings next door?
I don't know.
I don't know legally what I'm allowed to say on that.
To the extent that you're asking me to provide legal counsel, I would like to respond to these questions in executive session, so.
Okay. I brought it up at the last meeting, I think the last two meetings, the public has also. You just brought it up in your little study that you mentioned about the entrance and exit. I've been to the site a few times. I am very, very concerned about the two entrances to that space. I don't want to have it on my conscience when I see and hear about the first accident, when a car is pulling out and getting blindsided around that curve. I just think it really, this development only needs one entrance. I know it's gone back and forth many times. Someone said one was enough, then add a second one. I lucked where it was. I stood there on the road and I saw these cars going 53, 60 miles, 30 miles. I saw them going down and I was like, I was totally baffled. Another property that we're going to be discussing tonight, down the road, did a study, or in their development they're working on. They realized that 9A has a problem with whether it's Chappaqua Road, North State Road, going all the way up, one road after another road after another road. We all, if you live in the town of Ossining, the village of Ossining, nearby, we all experience something like there. But at one of the other properties that we're discussing tonight, that developer made some sense as to what they were gonna do. Widening the road, moving telephone poles, electrical wires, adding a middle lane in the road. I don't know whether or not this road crossing 9A or 134, excuse me, has enough room to add a middle lane.
No.
So, again, you have, how many people did they sign that petition? 380 people? 380 people expressing a concern about traffic on those roads. That's a concern of mine also. Thank you very much.
I just want to address Mr. Hostage very briefly, and I thank you all for all your comments, thank the public for their comments. We wanted to respond that we did in fact speak to the school district, and you have in your packet from the school district their indication of a lack of significant impact upon the district enrollment, so that's already been answered for you. With respect to your questions concerning property values, which would only have people talk anecdotally, apparently because this is a rental property, that is not a proper consideration. And I would at this point, very respectfully, since we've gone quite far and wide to try to address this board's concerns and even concerns of the public, and you'll see that in the next iteration of drawings, I would like it reflected in the minutes that Mr. Hostage has already prejudged and indicated that if this is a 53-unit project, he will not vote for it. And that's even if this matter comes back with the zoning compliance. I think that's a very inappropriate comment, and I'm sorry, but I'm
Get over it. Get over it.
At this time, we're going to. Hear you. At this time, we're going to continue the public hearing to our next meeting. I believe that we have heard a number of comments from the public, and this board is still looking.
Can't
at-
hear you. Just speak into the microphone, please.
The board is still looking at a number of issues associated with the project, parking, traffic, etc. And there will be a new plan at our next meeting, and we will hopefully have more information from our building inspector regarding zoning compliance of the actual project. So at this time, we will continue the public hearing to June 15th, and we'll have a new plan for the public hearing. Okay, thank you for attending.
Will that be posted on the website in advance of the meeting so we have an opportunity to look at it? Thank you.
How are you?
While he's doing that, let me just take a minute. Good evening, Chairperson Richards, members of the board. My name is Peter Wise. I'm a member of the firm of Del Bello, Dinellen, Weingarten, Wise, and Whitaker, and I'm pleased to be here tonight on behalf of
Speak
artists.
louder.
On behalf of artists. Artist Senior Living of McLean, Virginia, in connection with its application to build a 64-bed assisted living memory care facility at 553 North State Road. This project has been before the board for the better part of 2 years, and over the course of that time, the development program has not changed in any material respect. So I think it's fair to say that the board and interested members of the public are probably very familiar with the project at this point in time. And to the extent that there were changes resulting from or open issues, excuse me, resulting from the changes to the town's wetland law last December, we addressed those, we believe, very thoroughly in written submissions to the board April 6, April 18, and May 9. So tonight we propose to be brief. First, Max Barentinos, who is the Vice President of Development for Artists, will speak generally about the project and about the building design. Brian Hildenbrand of Kellard Sessions is the site engineer and will talk about the engineering of the project as well as the stormwater management system. And if his partner David Session doesn't get here in time, Brian will also address the wetland mitigation plan. Before I ask Max to get up, just one very quick thing. It is the case that the board, and Dr. Huffam in particular, asked us to map the off-site stream when we last met in December. And we did not submit that map of that stream to you until May 9th. Please understand that that was not intended to be disrespectful, it was not intended to be confrontational, and it really wasn't the applicant's fault. It was my oversight, I was responsible for it, and I apologize. So with that, I'd like to ask Max just to come up and talk to you about the project.
Good evening, and thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Max Barentinos. I'm with Artist Senior Living, based out of McLean, Virginia. As Peter indicated, we've been before the board a number of times, so I too will be brief. What we are proposing on the site is a 64-bed memory care assisted living facility, catering exclusively to individuals in the early to mid stages of Alzheimer's. 100%. It's not a general assisted living, it's a building designed from the inside out to care for these individuals exclusively. The building design, it's based 4 wings, each with 16 beds. Each wing contains 16 bedrooms, living room, a dining room, a kitchen. And the central part of the building is the node of all the activities, the community center, arts and crafts room. On the second floor, there is, in the center of the building, wide open, there's a little cafe area, and just a general open area for various activities. The building is enclosed on 3 sides by a fence, basically to provide security and privacy for the residents, as well as enable them to move about the building freely. Artist Senior Living, we formed just briefly about the company about 4 years ago. Look at my notes, because this changes on a daily basis. We're actually opening this building tonight in Boca Raton, Florida, that sort of thing. So that's where I was supposed to be, but I am here with you folks. Right now, we have 4 projects that are open and operational. One in Mason, Ohio, Evesham, New Jersey, Olney, Maryland, Great Falls, Virginia. And as I indicated, Boca Raton, Florida is opening tonight. There's an additional 5 projects that are under construction. Lowell, Moreland, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia, Princeton, New Jersey, Brantford, Connecticut, Reading, Massachusetts, Elmhurst, Illinois. And in addition to those, there's 23 projects in various stages of development, of which this is one. In New York, presently, we have this project that's in entitlement phase. We have a project in Hastings, another one on the other side of the Hudson in Chestnut Ridge, and 2 on Long Island, one in Comac, in Smithtown, and 1 in Cold Spring Harbor. Any other questions that we have to answer at the appropriate time? And with that, I'll turn it over to Brian. Thank you very much.
Brian, can you show us the 4 wings that the gentleman talked about? I only see 3.
Jump in here. This is one of the wings, this is the other wing. Second floor contains those 2. The central core, this is the central core area that I mentioned. These are the exterior courtyard, the fence.
No, you said it was 4 wings, I only see 3 there.
I'm sorry. It's 2 wings stacked on top of each other, so my apologies. Fence starts at this corner of the building and wraps around the building. As you can see, the enclosed courtyard and walkway. So my apologies for the 4 wings. And 2 wings stacked on top of each other with a central core.
Okay, I know most everyone here is pretty familiar with the site plan, so quickly, it's, as Max described, that's the footprint. The parking lot is 32 spaces set in the front of the building with 2 curb cuts off of North State Road. You can see the network of walking trails proposed in the rear of the building. There will be a fence to enclose the rear courtyard. I'll just switch the stormwater plan. Okay, we developed a stormwater pollution prevention plan to mitigate our increase in impervious from rooftops, the parking lot, sidewalks. All proposed impervious will be collected on site through catch basins, drain inlets, and treated in the front of the building under the parking lot on an underground infiltration system, which will mitigate all stormwater flows up to the 100-year storm event. The stormwater discharge location will be in North State Road as it currently drains. Beyond the on-site stormwater, we can then move into the wetland mitigation, which includes off-site drainage. Continuing with the drainage, there is off-site stormwater that currently crosses the site via a pipe and connects in the lower left corner as you look at the plan. The intent is to capture the off-site runoff, convey it in a new pipe, and then treat the is to capture the runoff, convey around the building, and then in this location is a downstream defender, which is will be installed to increase the water quality of stormwater leaving the site. This was will be included as part of the wetland mitigation, which with working with the town's wetland consultant, it was determined that treating the 16 acres that contribute to the site would provide benefit to the downstream receiving waters. So that is the drainage. Want to pass it to?
I have a question of you. So the ponds that are off-site, that run through your property, run right up there and then make a sharp turn, where's the water that's going into the Botanical River? Where is that water running through that property, through that plant? With your little laser, show me where you propose it.
Right here, this is where it currently is collected. This is where it's proposed to be collected. And now it'll go around the buildings and connect This dark dashed, this black line is a proposed pipe. The existing pipe currently crosses the property and connects to the same location. Okay, so Dave Sessions will discuss the on-site wetland mitigation.
Good evening. Part of the on-site wetland mitigation is what Brian had mentioned before, and that's the downstream defender. The previous plan that we submitted didn't include the downstream defender for water quality treatment. We've added that as part of the mitigation for the project. As he mentioned, the downstream defender will treat about 16 acres coming off-site, which is obviously a benefit for the receiving waters downstream. In addition to the downstream defender, we've significantly bolstered the amount of plants surrounding the property here to the north, a little bit to the east and to the west, The previous plan had probably 50% less plants than what we're showing now, so the buffer area has been significantly increased, even though none of the site's water, as we've mentioned in the past and maybe tonight, none of the site's water is actually headed to the north, to that wetland. It's all being piped, collected on site, and discharged ultimately to North State Road. In addition to the additional plants that we've planted, shown in yellow, all of the pedestrian walkways are now being proposed as a pervious surface. Pervious pavement, previously they were impervious, which obviously generated more stormwater and required more stormwater treatment. And there's, I don't remember the exact number, Brian, maybe you do, but there's probably a couple thousand square feet, plus or minus, of additional pervious surface that was previously impervious.
It's 4,000.
4,000, more than a couple thousand, in fact, 2 times more than a couple thousand. So, in addition to the infiltration system, which is treating the 100-year storm, we've added the storm scepter for additional water quality for the 16 acres off-site. We've bolstered significantly the planting plan, and we've provided 4,000 square feet less impervious surface with this recent mitigation plan. And I think that pretty much covers the wetland mitigation.
We have nothing further to present to you tonight. If you have any questions, though, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
We have nothing to do tonight.
I mentioned that again, I know this project's been going on for 2 years. I've been only on the planning board since the beginning of the year, so to me, it's new. The idea of having a senior living facility on North State Road, in my eyes, is a good feature. I just have a few concerns, and I brought one up last month, dealing with all the water coming from near my property, my neighbor's properties, because I live very close to this facility. And that's why I asked the gentleman over here what he was doing with the water. That site where they put that pipe in, could have been 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever it is, was probably in a wrong situation, having to go diagonally right through the facility. To see that you're gonna take it and have it do a complete 90 degree, and then another 90 degree to go there in a pipe that fish use, I don't know if a development or something like that, if it's proper to have what's open up near north of it, or upstream, put into a pipe to continue all the way down, I don't know about that. That's one of my concerns at the moment. I also went onto your website last month, and I mentioned it last month, and I'm looking at your little renderings right there of the one that you call Briarcliff, New York. And I have this little drawing right here, which is from your website, of this facility right here, which is one of yours, this one right here, which looks like an exact duplicate of what you have right there. And then you have one that's more of an urban environment. And what I mentioned, and what one of my concerns was, it's too close to a neighbor's property, which has a wetland in the back, that goes onto your property. I suggested moving the whole thing forward. Your little sketch number 3, your little building number 3, which is more of an urban, has ground floor parking with the building going on top. This facility right here and this facility right here are almost an exact duplicate of what you have right there. So if I Google Earth, your little buildings and those other little, I would still see that pretty much that same shape, because these top two, and again, when I went to go print it out, it's not so hard to click on your website to grab each individual one. I really feel that that building is too far back. I'm really asking you, I want this facility there. I think it's good. Whether or not it needs to be 63 beds or 53 beds or 43 beds or whatever it is, that's something that we'll look at. I'd like to see a study of moving that property, moving the whole building closer to North State Road, where you have the driveway and some of the parking on the ground floor and the building go above. Take the two wings that you have going towards Morningside Drive's property and reverse it, have them going closer to North State Road. That will help my concerns and some of the neighbors' concerns dealing with the water situation. I've also, and other people are going to be talking, I've also looked at this study that was submitted to the planning board, which shows the existing property, and this one right here, which someone else is going to bring up. These two right here, when you look at it, the heights of from 352, 345, 346, where water is and where water is not, I'm real concerned. Yes, it's great, there's gonna be runoff on the building and you can have catch basins and everything like that, but I am more concerned about the water from the ponds coming from Ryder Park, coming from north of that area. All that water is coming towards your property. And then what are you guys doing to it? You're redirecting a big pipe, whether or not it's 12 inches.
We have engineered a stormwater drainage system for the site in accordance with normal engineering standards. So
I'm not talking about the stormwater, I'm talking about the water for live animals.
We have engineered the site, including capture of the waters from off-site. And we meet all engineering standards and requirements. I don't see the town engineer here tonight, but we meet all engineering requirements. And the system will work the way intended as an engineering matter. I mean, we're dealing with science and engineering. By the same token, and to the extent that you're looking for us to move the building, I appreciate your concern. I appreciate Ms. Charrette's concern and the neighbors' concerns. But you gotta ask to what end? Because there is no building that Marta Senior Living will do that will be entirely out of the wetland buffer on the site. Impossible. So, to the extent that a building will be in the buffer, you've got to ask, gee, if it's only this far in the buffer, is there some material benefit as opposed to this far in the buffer? And I will tell you that your own consultant sitting right there will tell you that this buffer does not serve, okay, a high functional value for the off-site wetland. So to the extent that we're this far into the wetland buffer as opposed to this far into the wetland buffer, it's of no material difference.
I hear what you're saying, and I will take it under consideration, okay, but I'm telling you, from January 1st, for the day I've gone onto this board, and I knew about this problem, I have gone and looked at that, where the water is, rainy days, snow, everything else, and I see how much water is collected there. And I don't think an 18-inch pipe, I don't think a 12-inch pipe, I don't think that's enough. And yes, we might have on our board consultants that are saying, yes, an 18-inch pipe is fine.
We have a town engineer who's saying it.
Okay, I might not agree with that because I've actually seen with my own eyes. I'm just saying I am very, very concerned. I'm respectfully asking you to reconsider moving that building to North State Road. I'd like to see a study on it. I'd like to see a plan on it, but I'm not done, sir. I also am very concerned about the wildlife. I haven't heard you talk about the wildlife. Okay. You're putting a fence up there. I'm a deer, I'm a fox, I'm a cat, I'm a skunk, I'm a raccoon, I'm a beaver. Who's gonna tell me that how am I gonna get through this area? You're blocking a major path that has been in existence for hundreds of years before any of these houses were there, any of these buildings. It's a direct ravine running parallel to Morningside Drive and North State Road. You're putting a fence where no other fence has ever existed before. All of those animals, they're not gonna know where to go. They're gonna go on to North State Road. I'm being a planning board advocate for animals, and I'm sorry I'm saying that. Again, all due respect, when it comes time for us to review the final property and everything like that, we'll take everything into advisement, we'll say yay or nay. I'm expressing a few concerns that I have as a planning board member. Okay, and again, I happen to live right nearby there. I think it's good for the town of Boston to have that type of facility, whether or not 63 beds, 53 beds. Again, boom and boom, these top two ones are exact duplicate of what we have there. This middle one, just like the picture of the gentleman you showed me earlier. This urban one, I think we should try to consider using something like that in your design. Thank you very much.
I can speak to the building report, that's okay. Two things. This building has one public front, and it's here. Everything beyond this fence line belongs to the residents. The illustrations that you showed, the bottom one is in Wrigley, Chicago. It is an urban location. It does not have parking underneath. It has parking, great parking on either side of the building. There's no parking underneath. The other two buildings, I believe, one of them, I believe, is this building. The other one is the Boca Raton building, which is the stucco building that's opening today. Again, both of those buildings, same thing. As I've indicated, the public part of the building is right here. So there is no access points for service uses, for visitors or anything. Everything comes, the main entrance is right here. There's a service entrance right here. This building is front-loaded to the road, and that's why, with all due respect, we can't move it forward. I can't park it.
Can I just I'm just going to show you on the plan. Okay. I'm going to point it to the, I'm going to leave it back here, and I'm just going to point it so everyone back there can see also. This part right here, I have no objections on the ground floor. That's what you're saying your service. I'm just saying take this section, have it ground floor, leave it as is. Still, take this thing right here, put that right here, and put it right here. That is what that bottom drawing shows. That's what your other facility, that you just said, has. Thank you very much.
Stephen Cohen, would you like to give your report on the wetland? The wetland review and your thoughts on the change in the plan? Thank you.
I've been working with the applicant since last year on this project.
Speak into the mic, please.
Is it better?
No.
And the wetlands on the property, did confirm, the accuracy of the wetland boundary, back in July of last year. And the wetland boundary for this project, we looked at the upper limit of the offset wetland. And based on the code at that time, we had the wetland itself was determined to be less than the required size threshold in the prior wetland ordinance. And when I did the investigation, we identified that outer boundary plus I also identified what meets the criteria in the code to be intermittent water course. And so that was reflected on the plan, and that was subject to a 50-foot buffer. With the changes to the wetland ordinance, the wetland buffer now is 100 feet for the offset plan, because the primary change was that the size threshold was eliminated in the wetland ordinance. And so there's no longer a size criteria, and so it was subject to 100 foot. And so the plans have been revised to reflect that change. And so what I did to the project obviously is increase the amount of regulated rough disturbance on the property. Based on working with the applicant and looking at the functionality and history of the property, the site shows a lot of evidence of prior land use disturbance. And when I look at the compliance with the code, when I look at how the current function of the property relates to the wetland, and in this case, this property, everything drains towards North State Road, which is an unusual situation with a lot of wetlands where, usually you have water and buffers, contributing more to the actual integrity of the wetland. In this case, it's, the buffers surrounding the southern side up and Morningside and the other locations are providing more of the value to the function of the offset wetland. And, so, we determined that it was a 16-acre watershed which feeds, and, Mark is right, is that there's a lot of water that comes to that corner. And, based on the history, there's several culvert pipes in that corner, the right-hand corner in the rear of the property. Those are pre-existing, and so, the applicant has proposed, to relocate, the pipe that goes underneath the property, and reconnect it back to the North State Road section. But looking at, the type of medication, the site is very limited in what can be done on site. And we look at the rear of the property, and as the applicant has noted, the back rear of the property consists primarily of invasive species. There's an artificial berm put along the edge of the property. Not sure when that was done, but it was historic, and that small intermittent water course along that. And so one of the strategies with dealing with improving wetland function is to remove invasive species, treat that area, and then replant with native vegetation with the hope that that would improve, the habitat value and some of the functions provided by the buffer to the wetland area. And so that was looked at, and we looked at also, since then, they've increased substantially the amount of plantings, where they feasibly can, within remaining sections of wetland buffer.
In addition to the stormwater and recommendations for changing the walking past the pervious, pavement material, I mean, those initiatives are also within sections of the wetland buffer, and so reducing the amount of impervious cover is a benefit too, because you get, some infiltration of, surface runoff, which helps, feed the whole hydrology of the area. Another aspect that we looked at in addition to try to see how we could offset some of the impact, from the, proposed project is to take the existing offsite runoff that comes through the pipe and provide a treatment system. And so the applicant came up with what's called the downstream defender. And I had recommended this primarily to provide an opportunity to actually do some water quality treatment of the off-site runoff that comes through the property. And there's a trade-off, as has been noted by other comments, is that the existing culvert probably does provide a vehicle for fish transport, periodically. I mean, it's uncertain based on the hydrology, how frequent, water flows through that system. Obviously, after storm events, you see a flux of water, but, I've been to the site several times, and the drainage system is completely dry, even after, rain events, So looking at that, it's a balance of what is better for the downstream resource. I mean, this provides, the 16-acre watershed does provide a significant, downstream benefit in terms of, moving hydrology, through the system. And, I looked at it more that because of the surrounding land use and the amount of non-point source pollutants that are just in the environment in general, that a storm scepter defender type system provides a better water quality benefit to the downstream mechanical system. You do lose the potential impact on fish species. With the downstream defender, one of the things that how that works, which we have the engineer explain in more detail, but it's a set level outlet that so much water travels through the system. It's designed for a 1-year storm event, meaning that you have about 12 inches of water that flow to the downstream defender system, and it has 2 different pipes, and so once the water reaches to that foot level, then it'll bypass and go straight through and just continue like it normally would, down through, the culvert system. So potentially, fish species, if they do get in during the higher water levels within the pipe, one of the things I recommended to the applicants, maybe look at putting a grate system on the pipe so that would prevent fish from getting into the defender system. And what that means is they would face an obstacle, and their option would be to wait until the water goes up higher, and then they can just flow, through and continue downstream. Or, in lower storm events or lower flow within the pipe, they have the option of, coming back out as well. So it's not ideal, but it does address to some degree, protecting some of the fish species. Getting at the wildlife concept, when we did the wetland investigation, we always look at species use, and within the codes, we always look at it from New York State. You're looking at endangered, threatened, and special concern species. The habitat there is fragmented, and there are no known species that meet that criteria. And within New York State, those are the only groups that have any legal protection. Typical common resident wildlife do not have any real standing in terms of ordinance protection. They're important and everything, but they don't have any protection, like the wetlands do, or steep slopes, or other components. We just don't have the regular framework to address that. It has to be taken into consideration, but we always look at trying to preserve the more rare and more endangered species, and approve those habitats first. And there's a lot of other issues that you probably talked about, but, you know, the mapping, you know, I did look at the map that was provided, and, you know, the difficulty, you know, because it's offsite and on private property, and in my experience with most towns that I work in, you know, is that it's difficult for, you know, a planning board to require an applicant to really do an exhaustive study of offsite resources. And what they do instead, because of the private property issues and other legal, you know, components, is, you know, use the best resources that are available. And in this case, I think it appears that they've, you know, tried to do that with, you know, using aerial photography, using Westchester County GIS maps, looking at soil maps, and trying to, you know, identify as clearly as possible where the, you know, pond systems are, where the streams are, and where, you know, what the watershed characteristics are. And, you know, so I think one of the things they could do to assist that would be, you know, either to, you know, reach out with the neighbor and, you know, discuss it together and see what they come up with. You know, I think this on-site is, you know, problematic for the applicant to do that. The other option is to just document their sources, you know, on the map, and, you know, demonstrate that this is where they, you know, how they came to the conclusions. I mean, anytime I do a project offsite, I mean, that's one of the first things we do is look at available map resources, and, you know, there's a lot of good information that does show, you know, a lot of accuracy to, you know, what's going on within the watershed system.
So we can certainly document sources for that. That's not a problem. If you have any questions about the water quality structure that Mr. Coleman was describing, Brian just showed me that he has a drawing of how that structure works. If you'd like, it's up to you, and then you can talk about it.
One other aspect just to bring up, you know, because one of the other planning board members last month had raised the issue about whether, you know, the offsite drainage, you know, could be daylight and so the building, you know, open up an actual open channel. And I was kind of suspect of that really probably would not be feasible because of the topography and the engineering that would be required to accomplish that. So we did ask the applicant to study that, and they did submit that in their last submission, an analysis of what it would take to daylight that system. And I think the conclusion was pretty clear that they would really have to use, you know, a significant portion of the property to accomplish that. And one of the things to bear in mind is you have drainage and you have culverts coming, you know, through the property, and then you would have a small open strip and then would go into a lake system. So, you know, from an ecological standpoint, I'm not sure there would be a tremendous environmental benefit, you know, for trying to daylight a system, you know, like that, because you're still dealing with over 9 pollutant sources. And my experience with a lot of developed commercial developments, especially, is sometimes it's more effective from an environmental protection standpoint to pipe, you know, some of the resources in proximity to, you know, active, you know, commercial uses.
I remember some time ago, we had discussions on the location of the building. And there was a specific methodology that you used to site the building due to the fragile residence that you would have in space. And I do remember that because I personally asked, you know, about the siting of the building and why it was.
Why parking in the front as opposed to in the rear?
Parking
Yes.
in the back, and there was issues surrounding security and other issues that had to do with the residents in the actual building as to why the site was.
Mr. Ferrantino's going to address that. Actually,
Sure. As I indicated, from this point back, the building belongs to the residents. They have free access in and out of the building. part of the therapeutic component of caring for these individuals with Alzheimer's disease. Down in the DC area, we've had 17 days of rain. It's a nice day, these courtyards get used. So the courtyards, the enclosed courtyard on 3 sides of the building is just as important and critical to how this building operates and how you care for these people as the inside, as the daily programming, as, it's just as important. I don't know how else to describe it. So that is why the building, as I've indicated, the only portion of this building that's public is on the first floor, is this front part of the building. You've got a reception area, you've got a conference room, the executive director's office, and the accounting manager's office. That's it. Everything, and then there's a keypadded door that leads to the rest of the building, and that the residents have free access within that space.
Because it's a memory care facility, it's very important that that inner space be secure, which is the reason why the fence is where it is.
Again, Madam Chair. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, take part of the second floor. That is where the people with 64 beds are. Move it forward. Have the parking underneath it, just like in your urban environment. That way, what you are giving is you're giving more space for those, all those seniors, all those people with Alzheimer's or whatever they have. All those people have more space to use to walk around. And God forbid, there's a flood or something like that, that the water has to go somewhere. Whether it's Sandy or Floyd or some other storm which have occurred over there, which have wreaked havoc on the whole system, including West State Road. All that water goes somewhere. And I don't want it to go into a place where on the ground floor where seniors are living and it's gonna get flooded because of a Sandy storm, and then you're gonna have what happened in Sandy where in the south or whatever one that was, one of those hurricanes where people were abandoned in a nursing home. You can design this building with the same footprint of the parking above and just move the second floor, move it a little further to the north. The public doesn't have to go there, I'm just giving more of a buffer for.
You very clearly made your point, we'll give it consideration. Thanks.
I think it would be helpful though, for the applicant to just go through the methodology of why the citing, this is a citing is this. So I know there's some elements, but maybe if you provide a report to the next meeting for us so that we all have the benefit to.
With respect to parking in the front as opposed to in the rear?
And, yeah, and I think there was some other issues associated with why. So I think it would be good to go amongst your team and just speak to them.
I believe we've already addressed that over the course of the review.
I think it would be important.
We can summarize it.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to open up this public hearing, so if there's any, yes.
The EA was something, yes.
Good evening. My name is Shadi Chakuru, and I'm a senior at Austining High School. I've been a member of the Environmental Advisory Committee since I was in 6th grade. Amongst many other projects, I was fortunate enough to have been involved in the recent amendments to the Town of Austining's Wetlands Ordinance, or Chapter 105. This was a pivotal point in our mission to protect our local wetlands and prevent the loss of resources that they provide, not only for the environment, but also for us as humans. So wetlands have a lot of benefits that are both tangible and intangible. Some of them we can clearly see, some of them are a little bit harder to see, but to the common eye. For one, as humans, they provide excellent flood control, which is really important for this area, especially which has been flooded before many times. Historically, going back, there have been so many storms where there's been a lot of flooding in this area. In terms of intangible things that we may not be able to see directly but will impact us in the future, these wetlands serve as nutrient traps for nitrogen and phosphorus. They also provide carbon sequestration to offset climate change. And they also maintain essential biodiversity, which is important for any ecosystem. So, because wetlands are such delicate ecosystems that need to be protected, there's a buffer zone that has been proposed in the town code, which is required for buildings that are being developed near the wetlands area. So I now turn to Nick, who is going to be reading from the town code about the aforementioned buffer zone.
Good evening, my name is Nicholas Shakir. I am the middle school representative for the Environmental Advisory Committee, and I have enjoyed my position there for 1 year. I am here to talk to you about the environmental buffers as outlined in Chapter 105, Section 3 of the Town Code. It is entitled, Rules for Establishing and Interpreting Wetland and Buffer Area Boundaries. Part B states, buffer areas, the exact size of the buffer area shall be determined as follows. For all water bodies and for all non-watercourse wetlands, the buffer area shall extend 100 feet away from the edge of said water body or wetland as measured horizontally from the boundary of said water body or wetland. For all watercourses, the buffer area shall extend 50 feet away from the edge of said watercourse as measured horizontally from the boundary of said watercourse.
So, because wetlands are delicate we as an EAC depend on you, the planning board, to uphold the law and protect our valuable resources. As a young adult, it's really important to me to maintain these wetlands. They do have function to maintain our local ecosystems, to preserve the function that they provide to our community. It's really important to maintain these buffers and to uphold the law, and especially because the code just changed. You know, this does qualify as a wetland that is adjacent to this property. So now I turn to Mitzi, who is the EAC chair. And she's going to elaborate a little bit on the details of the building which this wetlands area is adjacent to.
Thank you. Some illustrations. So I really like for maybe these graphics to be behind you. Would that be something where we could? So I brought about 4 or 5 illustrations. Because I'm going to introduce you to the wetlands that also reside downstream from this property. There's been a lot of talk about the wetlands upstream. Yeah. And I thank Sade and Nick. They've been awesome members. So I'm Mitzi Elks, and I'm chairperson of the Environmental Advisory Committee. Chairperson of the Environmental Advisory Committee. And just a couple of comments to some other comments that have been stated during this meeting. That the prior land use disturbance that was cited in our town code, it actually reads that it protects against such filling and citation. So speaking to that point, we turn to the town code and say, well, instead of further disturbing wetlands, we say, how about restoring them? I do want to thank artists for granting us a site walk last week. It was most informative, and but I do want to introduce you to some of these graphics. But first, I just wanted to talk about the development at hand. And it is a proposed 35,000 square foot multi-story facility with a circular driveway, 32 spaces of parking in the front to replace a 2,000 square foot home that resides in the corner. This is Artist property, and this is upside down.
Well, that's nice, right?
Yeah, yeah, but I just want to, yeah, that's good. And then, yeah, that's good. Okay, thanks. So the house is in this corner, 2,000 square foot house. And I'll get to the maps in a second, but, so we have on 1.5 acres, a 2,000 square foot house, proposed replacement with a 35,000 square foot facility that also holds 32 parking spaces, as I said, and a circular driveway. So that's the setup. The problem that the Environmental Advisory Committee would like to advise the planning board that we see with this proposed development is that there are watercourses and wetlands located on and around this parcel. And as we all know, and it's been discussed, if this facility is built as proposed, nearly 75% of the wetlands buffer that should be protected under our wetlands regulations will be disturbed and destroyed. As Sade and Nick cited, our newly adopted regulations are intended to raise the level of protection of these very types of wetlands and their buffers, and to elevate the ability and obligation of the planning board to do just that and protect them. So now just to go to the maps really quickly, what I put together, and John Ladd is our GIS guru, I wanted to introduce everyone to the Panago River watershed that's down in this quadrant here. And it illustrates this pink rectangle represents this zoomed in map. And you can see that this is the watershed, leads directly into the Hudson. It flows from the headlands where this area, just to orient you, this is Hy-Vee Farm, here's Riding Park. This is the proposed development, 553 North State Road, and what's been identified here are the streams, many streams, not the streams necessarily in the ponds that are above this property, because I think we all agree that they exist, but where they lead to, the connectivity of all these streams, and how they lead along North State Road through some culverts. And just to digress for 1 second, the culverted stream that runs diagonally through this property is not a drainage pipe. It is a culverted stream, and that is defined in our regulation. So there needs to be that distinction and respect for the wetlands. So the streams run along North State Road, down along Chapel Road, and then along Route 100, through the tree streets of Briarcliff, ultimately into the Panago River Reservoir, and then actually into the Hudson River. Why is it important? There has been flooding in this area. And it's not the 100-year storm we're talking about. It's not in the last 50 years, it's in the last 15 years. And it's not once, and it's not twice, it's multiple times. There's been not minor flooding, there's been severe flooding. There are some people in this room who had 5 feet of water in their basement who lived at the bottom of Chappaqua Road and Gordon Avenue. That is within this quadrant here. So the point being that this area is sensitive to flooding. It has a history of it in the last 15 years, whether it's climate change, whatever the reason. So we want to be aware of the wetlands that exist. So just to move on to this map, thank you for setting this map up. This is an elevation map which indicates the low level blue is the lowest elevation, and this is Artis. So we've gone from Pecanico River watershed to the area to Artis and the 553 North State Road, and how this is the wetland that has been identified. The EAC questioned whether the wetland can extend further into this Artis property, the 553 North State Road, and there the stream is here. This map, also an elevation map, again provided by John Ladd. Here are the surrounding properties. This is 84 Morningside Drive. I don't remember what the number is of this one, 88 or something. And then this is Artis here. You can see dark green, very low-lying areas. It's a wetland. The property is a wetland. And there are streams running through it. And there's a substantial wetland. You can see a picture. This is basically the same map. And this is Artis. And this is Artis, I'm sorry, down here. But these are pictures of the actual wetland that reside, what is referred to as to the rear of the property, but may extend even onto the property. Regardless, it warrants a 100-foot buffer as per our regulations. So, you'll bear with me. So, as said, that wetlands have been confirmed in the report submitted by the applicant, in the report submitted by our own town consultant, wetlands consultant, and in the report submitted by the environmental committee. And furthermore, it's been documented, maybe debatable to the extent of, but our town wetlands consultant did confirm that the potentially disturbed wetland buffers have value. This map also shows that the site is located in the Pecanico River watershed in the headlands, as I said. And also as stated that there has been multiple floodings in the last 15 years, so not to repeat myself. But building this proposed development could jeopardize the Pecanico River watershed. I'm on the watershed committee for the Pecanico River. It's a very active committee and very concerned about this particular development and may instigate further flooding. Just to digress one other. Second, just regarding the mitigation, which I really don't want to get into because the issue of the buffer really needs to be addressed, but the mitigation proposals seem to be confusing stormwater runoff with good wetlands practices, the planting of native plants within the 15 feet beyond this substantial wetland. Sure, go for it, but the invasive species that exist on the adjacent land, you can keep maintaining this property, but if you don't actually address the invasive species to the north of the property, it will just be really spinning your wheels. So the downstream defender is a stormwater management practice. It's being linked to the mitigation of buffers. The EAC is a little perturbed by this mitigation measure that's being presented as a mitigation measure and not just stormwater practices. So we asked the planning board, and we rely on the planning board to fulfill your duty to not only the community, but also to generations to come. And we rely on the planning board, you, to abide and stand by the regulations. Now is the time with our new adopted ordinance where we have elevated the bar to protect what is known as an area that is sensitive to flooding. Now is the time to strike the balance between smart development and the protection of natural resources, our natural resources. A memory care facility would be a wonderful addition to our community. And just to state, I did do some surfing on the web and found that you're working with Bethesda, Maryland, a 4.5 acre property, 40,000 square foot building, 4.5 acres, and you are working beautifully with them in addressing their tree ordinances and their tree protection, and you've submitted an inventory of all the trees. And I did find in that application that there are no wetlands on that property. It's been stated that there are no wetlands, but there are wetlands on this property, so I leave you with that it would be a wonderful addition to our community, either at a different site or this current proposed site as a smaller facility.
One point of correction, however, there are no wetlands on this property. There is wetland buffer on this property, there are no wetlands on this property. That's a significant distinction, factual distinction.
We're addressing the 100-foot buffer actually, but
My name is Wendy Masterman. I live at 10 Morningside Court in the town of Ossining and the chair of the Concerned Citizens of Ossining. I've spoken before the planning board over the past several years regarding projects that were oversized for the properties that they were planned for. It seems that Artis is another example of these types of plans. Artis plans to construct a 64-bed facility, 35,000 square feet on 2 floors on 1.53 acres. To that end, I have looked into other Artis properties, both existing and planned. I would like to share that information tonight. Artis has 4 properties that have 64 beds. West Windsor, New Jersey, or proposed. West Windsor, New Jersey on 3.37 acres. Boca Raton on 2 acres. Reading, Massachusetts, 3.5 acres. Chestnut Ridge, New York, 5.48 acres. In Evansham, New Jersey, there's a 68-bed facility on 6 acres. There are 5 facilities with 72 beds. Elmhurst, Illinois on 3 acres, Cincinnati, Ohio on 7.552 acres, Dedham, Massachusetts on 7.71 acres, Bethesda, Maryland, 4.39 acres, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 4.5 acres. A 74-bed facility in Bartlett, Illinois is located on 5 acres. The size of this building is too large for the property, which includes wetland buffers. Artis representatives state that they will not consider reducing the size of the structure. They are unwilling to propose a structure that would allow adequate wetland buffers. They are unwilling to consider protecting our town's natural resources. Artis representatives have been asked what the financial implications would be to downsize the building so that the encroachment into the wetland buffer would be reduced. They have not provided that information. The application for this proposal has inaccuracies and omissions, as does the secret memo, yet the planning board voted 3-2 to move forward to these public hearings. The public hearing needs to remain open so that the public continues to have the opportunity to comment. In 2015, the town board enacted new environmental laws, and yet already we are ignoring them and allowing encroachment into the wetland buffers. Concerned Citizens of Ossining have asked for sensible development. We do not feel that Artis' proposal as stands is sensible. It is my sincere hope that this board will take the time to review this information and give serious thought to allowing a 64-bed facility to be built on 1.53 acres when every other 64-bed facility that Artis has is being planned or built on properties of 2 to 5.48 acres. I only ask the planning board to keep this public hearing open as it is done for other proposals so residents can continue to comment.
My name is Faye Chazen Seidelman. I live on 65 Ellis Place, and I'm a community member and member of Green Ossining. Green Ossining is a community-based organization whose mission is to promote community-wide environmental sustainability and develop practical methods that protect our natural resources. Working with both the town of Ossining and the village of Ossining, our goals are to create a forum for those in the community that are concerned about the environment, to explore and prioritize green, sensible methods and practices, and to identify ways to promote them. I'm here tonight on behalf of Green Austining members to note, for the record, our concern regarding Artis's planned development for this property. In particular, the apparent disregard for a number of environmental issues, including the permanent loss of wetland buffers, tree removal, and an inadequate mitigation plan to compensate for those losses. Frankly, it's a lot of building for 1.5-acre parcel on North Street. The problem, however, is not the development itself, but in the disregard and lack of protection of our natural resources and environment, and the disregard for the intent of the town's comprehensive plan and ordinances. A goal in the town's current comprehensive plan environmental resources chapter is to protect the trees, water supply and watersheds, steep slopes, view sheds, scenic resources, wildlife habitats, and other significant environmental assets of the community. The intent of the town's freshwater wetlands ordinances is for the preservation, protection, and conservation of watercourses, wetlands, and their buffers. The intent of the town's tree protection ordinance is to control, protect, conserve, and regulate the use of trees within the town to ensure that the benefits found to be provided by all trees will not be lost and to protect the broader public interest. The goals and intent to protect our natural resources should be respected. The loss of the wetland buffers should be reduced. The latest Artis senior living site plans do not seem to indicate all the trees on the 553 North State Road property. We request that the planning board require a full tree inventory indicating which trees will be removed and the exact amount and type of trees to be planted as compensation for the proposed loss of trees. Without this documentation, you appear not to have the same degree of concern as the town of Austening's board, which boasts about its Tree City USA designation, and at the same time appear to be ignoring the intent of the tree protection ordinance. Thanks for your time and consideration.
My name is Ken Camber. I live at 84 Morningside Drive. This is Donna Sharrett, my assistant. I do have a couple of questions that I'd like to be part of the record that obviously I can't. You would follow up with the applicant. One of them is related to the fence that's related to the medical necessity, being that it's an Alzheimer's unit. It's in New York State. So I never quite got what the type of material the fence would be, and what would be the height of the two gates and the fence that's outlined in the site plan. The other area was, my understanding is on the site, all the trees are going to be removed, I think except for two trees, one of them being a tulip tree, and I'm not sure where the other one is. But for those trees that are being removed, then my understanding is that the property is going to be filled in with 6 feet to make for a level property on or about. So that's quite a bit of material on an acre and a half. So with that, I'm not sure where the elevation of the fence will be located. So if it's a 6-foot fence that's based on town code, are they going to build up from that, and will that require a variance? So how is this fence going to be in compliance with our current regulations, and is then a variance required if they're not in compliance? So from our property line to the fence, the medical necessity fence, will there be a slope? Because it seems that you're filling in the entire property, which if there is going to be a slope, or is there going to be a wall, how is the runoff from that going to impact the wetland, right? And the town consultant referred to it as off-site drainage. It is not off-site drainage. This is a part of the Pecanico stream, which we talked about, tributary to the Pecanico stream, and it should be noted as such. Off-site drainage to me sounds like a gutter. or material coming off the property. That's needs drainage. It's nothing of that sort, and there is quite a bit of water 10 months out of the year. So to that question, what is the slope if there is one? Will there be fill in that 15 feet buffer, which is the area that you're talking about as designed here? And then how will that material prevent with the construction not go into the stream? So how are you going to protect that area? And once the construction is done, what's the site going to look like once it's removed? And who's going to be responsible for estimating and monitoring the sediment that's going into the tributary? Now, I know there's this downstream defender, but to me, the downstream defender wouldn't be necessary because you're talking about a stream, right? Or it's not a man-made body thing. It's not. There's no oil in this. This is a natural occurring aquifer. So I'm not sure what the downstream defender serves, to tell you the truth. And will there be a performance bond associated with this work? Will there be a I'm asking for a resurvey of the back line as the marker was removed when the property owner removed the debris off the 553 North State. So right now, there is no delineation of the property line. So, when will that resurvey be done prior to them working? These patients do have flight risk. Are we liable if an incident happens on our property or the surrounding properties for the other properties as well? If they go over this fence, whatever this fence is? I'm not clear how that actually works. And since there is a recognized water course and wetland, in my belief, the applicant should be responsible and accountable in writing for their patients and clients in the event there's an injury in the surrounding properties. The Artist Senior Living in Bethesda, Maryland, which we saw on your website, is required to have a back courtyard lights be turned off at 11 p.m. Right, so there are no lights after 11 p.m. in this facility. But given that this property, not that property, has a wetland and buffer, and there are nocturnal species in this buffer, we're asking that the lights be turned off at 9 p.m. So there should be no lights coming off their property after 9 p.m. This is a follow-up really for the planning board. So a previous planning board member, while serving on the board, Dennis Kirby, he had requested that the applicant show what the project would look like from the back of our property. I'm sure you all recall this. It was in the fall of last year. And I don't believe that was ever presented since I've come to every meeting. So the applicant neglected to provide that, and they should be following up with that request and providing it. Because I don't believe you know what it looks like from the back. A 3D view should be provided, which shows the relationship of this project with the adjacent properties from North State. This should include the so you do have it, thank you. So that's a solid fence, like a jail fence? Is that the actual depiction, or is that another property? No, that's exactly what it would look like. Okay, I didn't have an opportunity to look at that, so thank you for showing that. So a 3D view should be provided, which shows the relationship of this project with the adjacent properties from North State, given that they're raising the property 6 feet. So I have no idea what this thing looks like from a 3D view of relationship to the car dealer, which is up for sale, and for the strip mall for, I don't know what you call it. So, okay, an accurate watershed depiction needs to include proposed slopes of the artist project. That is not on there. So, it looks like everything's flat when you look at it. So, planning board should request an accurate map of the water course and watershed. Which unbelievably now, for 3 years talking about this. So the planning board should require a risk mitigation plan with response times in the event of the culvert failure. My understanding is it's going to be running parallel to the stream, so if there is a breach, if the culvert breaks, it's going to be going back in, and we just now have created a circle, so we really will create a flood. Well, my property will definitely be flooded. If that's the out, and it leaks down, and it's where the slope is, it's going to go right back to where it came from. So you're just in a loop here. So, so what we're asking for is that risk mitigation plan with response times in the event of a culvert failure. So as designed, a failure will lead to the water course being sloped onto our property. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'll be done in a second.
Sharon, I saw you do this. How did you? I saw you do this.
Yeah.
So I have a few comments about some of the other comments before I get into my prepared talk, and would just like to say that the wetland consultant, Mr. Coleman, said that he's been on the property several times and never seen any water. I've never had anybody from the app. You didn't say that. Okay. All right. Well, I misheard you because there is a lot of water there. The problem is in November of 2013, which is when the applicant's consultant first came, November of 2013 was out after a summer-long drought. There was no water in that wetland, and it certainly would have, made this whole process so much easier if they came back the next spring when there was water. They would have been able to see the stream flowing, everything, but no one came back. The next time they requested to see the wetlands was January 2015, which if you recall, we had about 3 feet of snow on January 2015, so I denied that request. They came, then Mr. Coleman came with Mr. Sessions May, and that was this bizarre, hot spring. And then they came, and almost like a week later, we started getting this very cold, rainy summer, but no one came back. It's been a bit frustrating because I can't get people to come actually when the best time to see the water is. To the point that I kept saying the stream was going the other way. I couldn't even tell until February this year when we had this big rains. I was able to identify a culvert. Somebody, I guess, at the car dealer, messed around with the stream, and they filled the berm, and they put a culvert in. It's all screwed up around there, but the water comes from that stream, and I'd like to thank the applicant for recognizing that. The other thing I would say is when you're asking for the benefit of shortening the length of a culvert, make that daylighting portion of it, it's anytime you shorten the length of a culvert, it's a good thing. That's for sure. So now I'd like to get into my prepared speech. The 558 North State Road property, now known as Briar Commons, is a reminder of what can go wrong in the planning process. The residential portion of that property along Gordon Avenue was rezoned to general business at the request and sole benefit of the developer. The old growth trees on that steeply sloped property were completely eliminated and replaced with an inharmonious and unattractive landscape plan. The project was not referred to the EAC, and very little regard was shown to the neighbors and the neighborhood. This is why I joined the EAC, which I am now off because this project has taken too much of my time. Hopefully someday I'll get back on it. And this is why I speak about other proposals which are before the planning board, and this is why I have taken such an effort in reviewing this project. While we should embrace new tax revenue opportunities for our town, which this would absolutely be a great tax revenue opportunity, we should never allow development which threatens to degrade or destroy residential properties, neighborhoods, or natural resources. Sensible development is possible, development which balances a property's owner's right to build with the need to protect our natural resources, as is the intent of our comprehensive plan and our environmental laws. My primary objective for the review of this project remains as it has since November 2013, that the wetland and stream on my property are protected. I'm asking that, I'm hoping that you're not going to make any decisions tonight and that you would keep the public hearing open so that we can continue to talk. I have several issues I'd like to talk about. The first one, which is the most concerning, or one of the most concerning, is that it is regarding approvals. The approvals for this proposal and all others before this board should be made only at public meetings and not at private meetings. Both Mr. Stolman and Mr. Coleman have stated that the planning board made approvals for this project. This is definitely wrong. Regarding accurate and complete application materials, the information process for this review has been challenged as far as accuracy. The review needs to proceed with accuracy. And part of that was that I think if the wetland was looked at the appropriate time, we would have solved a lot of problems and moved forward much faster. Mr. Stolman mentioned at the last planning board meeting that the secret neg deck would be amended to include the proposed mitigation plan, if I heard you correctly. All the inaccuracies and omissions should be corrected in this amended document. The document should accurately state that the entire property, which includes wetland buffers, will be destroyed, that pesticide will be used. It should include the facts that inadequate mitigation is proposed, that all but 2 trees will be eliminated, that a tributary is proposed to be rerouted, that the property is proposed to be elevated up to 6 feet, which will require fill, that demolition is proposed, all for a property which borders a wetland and a tributary. The applicant proposed the project to take 18 months. The latest revised application now claims the project will take 1 year. And I just would like to clarify, I have had many discussions with many people, including the DEC, and according to them, and this is what they explained to me, amongst many other things, a secret review is required to determine if an environmental impact statement is necessary. The purpose of the environmental impact statement is to allow a more in-depth review of projects with potential for very large impacts. A secret neg deck does not indicate that a project is without negative impacts. The Artist Senior Living project, as it is proposed, absolutely, and that's not the DEC saying this, this is me. The Artist Senior Living project, as it is proposed, absolutely has potential for negative impacts. The planning board should require the applicant to verify the duration of the project and hold the applicant accountable to a proposed timeline. The planning board should require the amended secret neg deck memo is accurate and complete. From the beginning of the process, we have been fighting to have the stream on our property recognized. I would like to thank the applicant for acknowledging that. And it's on, I did see that online, the map, the Keller Sessions map that includes that. It is slightly in a different location because it more follows the topography rather than the straight line that's indicated on there, but I am appreciative that they're acknowledging that. But the planning board should require that all the site plans reflect that the stream is on our property. Regarding the watercourse relocation, you're up.
Don't fire.
I am a professional artist. I really hope none of you judge me on this stuff. So, I think probably the applicant's seen my renderings before. I don't know if you've gotten this forward. Okay. So I'm just showing it so you know. The planning board, I don't know if Mark saw it. I don't know if I said this before he was on or not. So the culverted watercourse, in my opinion, should be relocated to the north side of the 553 North State property. And I saw the engineer for the applicant. Microphone. Yeah, you proposed to go straight through and did the whole analysis of straight through. But I thought if it goes this way, then you have more room for the pitch, because I think when it was going straight through, there was no room for the pitch. So I'm suggesting that it goes this way. And another thing to clarify, I think someone also mentioned about the other steep going straight through the property. That was where the stream was. I absolutely have a problem with a pipe going 90-degree angle, and being 16 feet from the wetland. This would be more in line with with the direction of the stream, unless I believe that's impactful. It is my understanding, because I did speak to the Army Corps of Engineers, that a permit for the proposed work on the water course is required. They are doing, I don't believe that the relocation itself would be a permitted thing, because it's already a culvert, but when you're doing any of this work here, I do believe that would require a permit, and their suggestion was to apply to that sooner rather than later. I adamantly oppose a downstream defender being put on a stream. So the logic here is that you're going to be filtering stream water and not the very water that this thing has been designed for, which is roofs and parking lots, to collect oil and sediment and all that crap that comes from the roof and the parking lots. It should not be filtering the stream. That's what the wetland does. The wetland filters the stream. And that's one of the benefits of a wetland. So I spoke to someone else at the DEC that's going to be in Ossining assessing all the culverts. That's a big project for the Canada River watershed. And when I described it to him, I love this, he said, it sounded to him like it said, you can check in, but you can't check out for aquatic organisms. So that seems to be it. Ideally, the water course would be at least partially daylighted in the northern location, increasing its habitats and eco benefits. I can absolutely understand if that is something the applicant wouldn't want to do, but anytime you reduce the size of it, right now it's 300 feet, the culvert, as it is in the property right now, so it does lessen the ability of an aquatic organism to get through that length. So a shorter length would be better. The planning board should require the applicant to prove the feasibility of the culverted stream relocation as I've described it, not the straight through, and the partially daylighted stream option, which gives, this location gives more pitch. And the planning board should not permit the use of a downstream defender on stream waters. That is just, it is going backwards. Regarding fill and excavation, and that's the pretty one with colors. The application materials, wetland reports, and secret neg deck all admit the quantity of the imported fill necessary for proposed elevations up to 6 feet maximum depth for a large portion of the property. I heard it, I saw it, I read in the report that it's a small portion just for the pad.
Just to be clear, this is the current elevation, and this is the proposed elevation. The red is 350 feet and above. So this is what they're saying.
Right.
So the orange.
Well, it's this, we bring it over here. The stream went through here. So you can see, when Mitzi talks about flooding, a lot of North State was wetlands. I mean, almost all of it. I had spoken to George Reach, the previous planning chairperson, and he said that, you know, he'd been chairperson for 40 years or something, and he said a lot of, you know, they just didn't think about things like they do now. And they filled and filled and filled and culverted, and even recently, I mean, there's 88 Morningside Drive, that stream, portion of the stream was culverted. So this was a wetland and a floodplain. So now it's all in a pipe, there's no place for that water to, you know, go into the floodplain, and it's, you know, hitting down downstream. So, but now they're gonna be raising this up. So if you look, this area is being raised up to 6 feet. 6 feet. That's a lot of fill. And then the other thing to look at is that, so the water came in and it went down. And it goes over, actually the building department has a really great 1972 site map of Terra Rustica, where before they had that lower parking lot, that was a brook, and they have it on the map. It's like, it's really lovely. But that's, and you can see that stream now just past that parking lot. It comes back above ground. So now the water went like this, but now this is raised up, and it's going to slant this way, slope that way, slope that way, slope that way. This area right here is 30 feet Well, less than 30 feet from the stream. The stream is 345 feet. This building pad is 352, that's 7 feet over less than 30 feet. So on a generous assessment, the slope is at least 28% in that spot. That's a steep slope over a stream. So I definitely have a problem with that. The proposed elevations should be reduced. A rise of 6 feet in the vicinity of a wetland and watercourse has every potential for negative impacts, particularly from runoff in large storm events. With the inability of gutters or newly created sloped planting areas to handle stormwater during large rain events, it's hard to imagine, like at least in the first few years, even with an intense planning, that there's not going to be runoff into that stream. The planning board should require the applicant to propose an elevated grade of 348 or 349 for the building pad instead of 352-foot elevation as currently proposed. It would be at least 3 feet less. You're making half, filling it to half, which is part of that balance between building and protecting the environment. The planning board should require the applicant to disclose the amounts of fill for the currently proposed elevations and for the reduced elevations. The planning board should require that imported fill be subject to approval by the planning board prior to the soil arriving on site, based on soil analysis for the percent of organic matter, nutrients and heavy metals, and specs for organic metal content. Basically, when you get topsoil, it just means it's the top of soil somewhere, so it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to in any way be compatible to the wetland species, and they're very, very susceptible to pH differences in particular. The planning board should require the applicant to provide analysis of those proposed slopes. What is the existing one? So regarding demolition, the existing site here. So this house is 13 feet from our property line. The wetland is right over here, right by where these trees are indicated, so at the most it's about 30 feet away. The house that's there now is pre-1946, and I know that because it's on the Westchester GIS 1946 map. Potential contaminants with a pre-1946 house in close proximity to a wetland include lead paint, which was used prior to 1970, asbestos, which was used prior to 1980, and underground fuel and septic tanks. I've been told that demolition is in the purview of the building department. It should be noted that our complaint about the non-permitted stone stockpiling, which is shown there, on the 553 North State property has yet to be resolved. At the time, the property owner told the building inspector that he planned to build a wall when the weather improved. It's safe to say that there has been more than a few favorable days for building walls since the issue of our complaint in December 2007. So we do have concern with demolition being handled only by a building department and with not giving us any of the information. And I think that we're well within our reason to be concerned about that. The planning board should require that all potential contamination hazards be determined and that a risk mitigation plan be submitted prior to demolition. We expect to be informed of the specific plans for the demolition and the specific date of the demolition. I mean, it's just plain courtesy to let us know when that's happening. I'm an artist, I have my studio there. It would be really nice to know when things like that are happening, but we also need to know that our property is going to be protected, that wetland's going to be protected, and the Mechanical River is going to be protected. And if something happens, there needs to be a plan in place to fix it. Regarding plant choices, indeed, they have added a lot of plants, but I would challenge the type of plants that, if you're replacing a giant oak with small herbaceous plants, I mean, how many plants does it take, herbaceous, perennials or grasses, to compensate for the loss of a mature tree? It's important to note that no tall deciduous shade trees are included in the landscaping plan. For a project that proposes to remove all but 2 mature deciduous shade and evergreen trees, the native deciduous trees should be included in the wetland buffer. As per this comprehensive plan, shade trees should be used for street plants. And I either with landscaping plan. Short trees are proposed for the street plant. So these 3 trees right here in the front by the street, those are trees that under ideal conditions will get 20 feet. This is a very small little strip between a sidewalk and a parking lot. It's on, and you'll see the canopy is actually accurately depicted for the mature size of the tree. With a drip line of a tree, the roots extend beyond that. In this case, they won't have anywhere to go. So first of all, I think that just for the look of North State Road, that there should be larger trees, so we have some kind of maintain a, this is going to be a big building, so to have a 35-foot building on top of a 6-foot slope, and then just to have trees that are probably going to be about 12 feet high, it's not proportionally good. I would also like to comment, and I probably shouldn't get into all this detail, but Mr. Zappi has put in a ridiculous planting of 80 white pines and 12 red maples. And then this is a dark red leaf tree, and then back here you have 10 Japanese red maples. It's a little bit, color-wise, it's a little bit aggressive, and particularly since you think more common colors would be more appropriate for the population here. Several of the native plants chosen for the buffer area are either inappropriate for the specific cultural conditions, like the sun or the water in the soil, or they're not appropriate for the existing deciduous hardwood wetland habitat. For instance, a lot of white spruces planted. That's actually the predominant tree, and that is appropriate for the upper elevations in the Adirondacks, not a wetland. And there's also the viburnum, which is a primary target for the viburnum leaf beetle. So they're not going to survive. So interestingly enough, the Bethesda, Maryland site is getting a lot of hits on the computer because I also looked at that. That was an amazing landscape plan. So this is the artist's landscape plan. I can give you my comments tomorrow by email, and I'll include the link. It's an amazing plan. It's a 100-page report, and it's really interesting to read because it's so detailed. They even give, when the trees are being protected, they even give, they determine where the roots are in the tree, so they're not going to damage anything. But they have in here oaks, and serviceberry and clethra and all kinds of beautiful things. They have some things I wouldn't use, but if this can be done in Bethesda, Maryland, it can be done here. And I think this is really more appropriate and that's not even on a wetland, but it's right by a forest. But I think the wetland, it should be something that's appropriate for the type of wetland habitat that's there. Habitat is not a one-size-fits-all word. The habitat, I have spotted salamander on my property. They live in leaf litter. It needs deciduous trees. The applicant has agreed to put native species in the wetland buffer area, so I thank them on that, and that hopefully means that those Japanese red leaf, those Japanese maples will disappear, which will be great. The planning board should require a revised landscape plan that considers all this information. The planning board should require that porous pavement and structural soil should be used in the area over here. So the problem is with any tree, a 12-foot tree or a 50-foot tree, there's not enough room for the roots to grow here. So Cornell University has developed a porous soil, porous pavement and structural soil material or program that will allow the roots to grow under what would otherwise be a impervious surface. This could be done just in this little area here, so it's not like a huge expense or additional expense to the applicant. If you did it in just this area, it would allow the roots place to grow, and you would have a more successful planting. That's too small of an area for large trees. the planning board should prohibit lawn grass to be planted in the wetland buffer area, prevent the introduction of lawn care pollutants into the wetland and watercourse. Now, this is a case where I don't really know if they're doing lawn grass, because I don't know what all this blank area is here. So I'm just, since I ask questions and I don't get answers.
Lawn, he said that's the depiction of what it actually would look like. That green is
Yeah, that's just no good. You can't have lawn grass in a wetland buffer. That's absolutely not acceptable. There has to be some other way to do that, unless you want to do lawns like Ken and I do, but they don't look really, you might not like the look of it, but we don't use lawn chemicals. Our property is now in a study with Cornell University for best practices, but it certainly doesn't look like a golf course, so I don't know. But I think that I would really request that no lawns, because there is a possibility that this applicant will sell at some point and somebody else will take the project. And that's something, we look at things as now, but there's the future. So any agreements we make, how would that, if they say they're not going to use lawn chemicals, how do we have any agreements with anybody after that? So, and that brings me to the issue of agreements. Promises made by the developer on Briar Commons on 558 North State Road didn't make it to the final plan, and therefore became unenforceable. What happened to our neighbors on Gordon Avenue and North State Road should never happen in this town again. The lawsuit over a road change that went unnoticed in the final site plan for Hawks Crossing put the town of Ossining taxpayers at risk. The planning board should require that all agreements made by the applicant and their consultants must be included in the final site plans, and that these final site plans are closely scrutinized prior to approval. And I bring the secret neg deck up as an example. That was voted on, and it was completely inaccurate. It didn't even describe the project. It was so inaccurate. And yet it was voted on. So I think that we need to be really, really careful, because if it's not, as Mr. Zappi is an example, if it's not on the site plan, he is not holding up the things that he promised in public meeting, but because it wasn't on the signed site plan. Regarding performance bonds, even though the applicant does not anticipate any damage for which compensation would be appropriate, as stated in Mr. Kellner-Sessions' letter, the planning board should require substantial performance bonds for the possibility of unanticipated damages due to the repositioning of the watercourse culvert, pesticide usage or application, fill and demolition, all in the vicinity of a watercourse and a wetlands. Regarding mitigation calculations, currently there are about 85% or 75% of the wetland buffer is proposed to be destroyed. All but 2 trees are proposed to be cut down. The zoning code requires that the general business development be adequately screened from residential properties. That's 3 separate issues. The requirements to mitigate tree loss, to mitigate wetland buffer loss, and to adequately screen general business development are separate requirements. The artist site plan meets zoning code requirements for screening and the minimal buffer and structure setback. The environmental code mitigation requirements need to be met. The planning board should require a tree inventory of the existing trees on the 553 North State Road property in using the amended code as for the requirements of the DBH, and a list of replacement trees for the replanting of an equal or greater number of trees of the same or similar species as those removed. The planning board should require that the applicant provide a separate mitigation calculation for the wetland buffer loss and a separate calculation for the zoning requirement for screening. The planning board should consider the proposal to use porous pavers as part of the applicant's stormwater pollution prevention plan, not as compensation for wetland buffer loss. Regarding the previous off-site mitigation, the off-site mitigation was previously proposed for 3 off-site properties. Our property was 1. This is our property, and then there's 2 other properties. The decision to eliminate off-site mitigation on the other 2 properties was a decision of Artis Senior Living that had nothing to do with us, contrary to what's been stated by the applicant's consultants. We refused the mitigation proposal because our property does not require mitigation. We have a greater than 100-foot vegetated wetland buffer on our well-maintained property. I am digging knotweed every week because the property owners are negligent and do not remove it on their property. I have paid thousands of dollars now to bring a crew in once a year over several years to keep it off our property. It is becoming burdensome. Their negligence for sure, but our property doesn't need the mitigation. The original Artist Senior Living landscape proposal included 21 invasive plants to be planted next to the wetland. Their next proposal included spice bush, which we have in abundance, and seed mix, which is a bad choice for heavily shaded area with deer and groundhogs. These choices demonstrated a lack of attention to detail and a complete disregard for the existing conditions on our property. Our refusal of the bad plan proposed for our property was well within reason. Regarding wetland buffers. Adequate buffers for our town's few remaining wetlands should be required for all proposed projects, as is in the intent of the law. Now I need that reduced structure thing. The Kellner Sessions letter dated April 18th states, and I quote, the one where I reduced that one. And I quote, "There is no reduction in the size of the building that would entirely eliminate buffer area loss, but would also yield a project financially viable, and that would meet the applicant's investment-based expectations." And it was also stated tonight. So my brief comment on that is that I don't think anybody's asked them to propose a building that completely eliminates buffer loss. I think that I know, at least me, I am looking for balance. I recognize the ideal world on the environmental side would be restore the stream and the floodplain. And the ideal world on the developer side would be to build the building that they're proposing. I think there's a middle place. So it's not to completely eliminate buffer area loss, but to reduce the buffer loss. The planning board should require a reduction in the size of the structure to lessen the wetland buffer loss. The planning board should require that statements regarding the applicant's investment-based expectations be substantiated. Oh my goodness, I'm getting really tired. The applicant proposes to permanently destroy required buffer areas. We should know exactly what investment-based expectations warrant or justify the loss of our town's natural resources. Unsubstantiated, any developer of any proposed action in our town could use the same argument against reducing the size of proposed structures. And I just would like to be clear, the current use of this property is residential. It's not a commercially used property. It's a commercially zoned property. It's a residential usage. Regarding existing conditions as determined for buffer, Mr. Coleman, in his memo dated April 19, 2016, states that, and I quote, "The condition of existing buffer area has been severely altered," end quote, and cites this as a reason to recommend the applicant permanently destroy the wetland buffers. The current owner is responsible for the negligence and the non-permitted activities on his property and should be held accountable for the degraded current conditions. Permitting the proposed structure to be built at the expense of wetland buffers gives credit to the property owner for damages he caused. The built buffer is fixable and the functionality of the ecosystem repairable. This wetland is unique within the surrounding highly suburbanized and manicured landscape and a business district, increasing its importance and the necessity to protect it. The planning board should require an increased wetland buffer area. In conclusion, I'm sorry this took so long. This has been 2.5 years of my life. And I tried really hard. It's been a long time to get it as short as possible. In conclusion, the primary purpose of wetland buffers is to protect the wetland and watercourse. The potential for an improved habitat is a beneficial consequence. To use the argument that degraded existing conditions warrant the permanent destruction of wetland buffers avoids the fact that the purpose of buffers is to protect the wetland and watercourse, not to restore lost habitat. Although in all likelihood, a properly planted buffer will have every potential and will most likely become highly functioning habitat. The wetland on our property is among the last vestiges of a vibrant, functional system of high-value wildlife habitats. The potential wealth of the applicant's investors should not be considered over the health and well-being of our natural resources. We have a responsibility to protect this wetland. Do not be convinced otherwise. And I'm going to end with a final quote. The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources as assets, which it must turn over to the next generation, increased and not impaired in value. Theodore Roosevelt, 1910. Thank you for considering my comments, and I hope that you'll keep the public hearing open.
Hey, Donna, could you come back for a second?
Oh, sure, I forgot to say some things anyway. Sorry.
Could we go over that sentence where you said?
The Roosevelt?
No. I think you talked about Steve and me saying that an approval was granted during the private meeting.
So this was at a town board work session, I believe. You said that.
Town board work session.
Yes, and it was for the new board, so I believe it was in January. You stated that the planning board looked upon the artist building as favorable. So I was baffled by that because it had not even gone into a site plan review. It's on tape, I can definitely get you the reference. I will get that for you.
Sure.
And then Steve, it was in his letter, I believe it was the April 18th letter, that he said that there was a meeting on March 3rd, which wasn't a public meeting, that had to be a private meeting. And if you have the letter there, you say that it was your understanding that the planning board had fully vetted the building structure. And it's something like that. I didn't put it, I was trying to make everything brief, so it's definitely in the letter. I can
Just two comments regarding that.
Okay.
The town board does not hold private meetings. To hold a private meeting would be something that
Okay, well, it wasn't a
illegal.
public meeting. I mean, it wasn't a meeting where the public was
Was it
invited.
a work session?
Oh, no, the town board was a work session, yes.
Okay.
But the one was
Wait.
Steve's. Okay.
Slow down and parse this out. So it was not a private meeting, right? The town board work session is a public meeting. It doesn't allow the public to speak, but the public is invited and it's a public meeting.
Right.
Right.
But I'm
And
talking about
secondly-
what you were referencing. You were
Secondly-
referencing that a
secondly,
decision was
I
made.
never characterized the way I thought the planning board was viewing something. That's not an approval of any sort whatsoever. I may have characterized my opinion as to feeling of the planning board at the time, and I can see myself doing that, but that's not an approval at a private meeting. So the
No, I'm
record-
saying that whatever information you were relaying it from a private meeting, because I never heard that discussed in a public meeting.
No, I wasn't even relaying it from a private meeting.
Okay.
I tend to talk to individual planning board members from time to time. I think I may have characterized my feeling that the planning board was viewing the building favorably at the time,
Okay.
but this was by no means an approval of any sort
Okay.
at a private meeting.
I think it was interpreted that way.
I would also like to speak on too, is that
Okay.
there was no meeting that was held in March. This was a-
Well, on your letter, it
This was
says
a
March
statement
3rd.
I stated here that it is my understanding the planning board has determined that there's no reasonable alternative. No reasonable on-site alternative in the proposed development layout has been vetted and through a series of design changes to reduce overall impact. It doesn't give any indication of any decisions.
Well, saying that it was
It's just my
vetted.
statement. Well, that, yeah, there's no approvals or anything, it's just.
Okay, well,
You gotta be careful with your words, because you basically said.
excuse me, this is after us negative deck, like completely.
You basically
inaccurate.
said that I said that the planning board did something
Okay,
illegal.
well, I'll send the link and just, you can see the
Planning board did
interpretation.
nothing illegal, but that's essentially what you said. I don't wanna antagonize you or.
Well, we'll pass that, but, okay. I'll take that,
I'm
I
sorry you
will.
feel that way.
No, it's been a really hard, there's so many other things I would prefer to be doing for the past 2.5 years of my life, so it's been a very hard time. But I will take your comments that it was not approvals at a private meeting, and I retract what I said. But I'm commenting that there was things, it sounds like agreements were made, and I'm perhaps interpreting wrong. Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else, would anyone else?
May I just address the Montgomery County Planning Department memo for the artist, just very quickly, it's just short notes. I just wanted to read this one statement. The building there is 15 feet high, and the reason for that, and I quote, was a multi-story building would detract from the freedom of movement and would be particularly problematic for residents on upper floors because they could not access the community and exterior courtyards on the first floor without being supervised in the elevator or stairway. So I'd just like to make that comment. And then they say the dining area opens to covered porches, so I would like to know if there's going to be dining in the back of the building. Their fence is also 6 feet 6 inches, and this fence is 8 foot, so I just don't understand what the difference is. It was my understanding that you have to have an 8-foot fence because of the flight risk of the patients, and I totally understand the need for a fence. Unfortunately, we've had several friends and family members in this situation. Also, they give the exact shifts that the workers are going to be. I don't know if the planning board has even asked that yet, because that would be interesting because you're going to get people going in and out, so it's interesting to know the shifts. And also that the dumpster and generator are only operated once a week midday. So that would be interesting information, I think informative for the neighbors. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marjorie Cubicino. I'm a resident of Ossining. I'm not here to talk about the environment or animals or wildlife, although I am very concerned about them. I'm here to talk about people. I'm supportive of the special memory care for residents of Westchester. What concerns me is that some patients might be shut out from getting this high level of care just because they're low income. The average monthly cost for memory care in New York State is around $5,000, but can cost up to $10,000 per month. On the artist's website, it isn't clear what the financial criteria is for admission. If artists only accepts private paid patients or people who could afford long-term care insurance, then this memory care facility is strictly for upper income people, and it's exclusive, not inclusive. I'm referring to the people who are cared for in this facility as patients, since artist says there will be nurses on duty and medication is dispensed. So this isn't just assisted living. Medicare does not pay for long-term care, but Medicaid does, and Medicaid is the health insurance for many low-income people. I would like to suggest that the planning board be at the forefront of caring for our neighbors who suffer from dementia and Alzheimer's by requiring artists to set aside a certain number of beds that would be for people who are low to middle income. Everyone deserves high-quality care, not just the rich. I'm thinking of a practice where high-end developers are required to designate some apartments in a building for people who wouldn't be able to afford the market rate apartments. If my proposal has never been done before, then let Ossining be the first municipality to do it. It's a win for the community and a win for artists because it showcases them as a for-profit company that just isn't for profit, but wants to serve all people who would benefit from memory care. My second comment is I'm just requesting that the public hearing, any future public hearings after tonight remain open to the public for comment. Thank you.
My name is Ingrid Rodriguez, I live on 69 Morningside Drive. And my question is, with 64 beds, how many people will be working at this facility?
At the peak shift, there's 18.
So 18 will be working there, and then when you have people come, the next shift coming in, will they overlap the people that are there?
There's a 15-minute overlap.
Right, so how many new people are coming in the second shift?
Between 10 and 11.
All right, so now you have 18, so that's up to 20, 28, 29, you have 32 parking spots? Where will the visitors park?
We provided to the town an analysis during that shift change time that there's still adequate, we feel adequate visitor parking. IT standard for an assisted living facility is half a space per bed. And that's for general assisted living, where some of the residents do in fact drive. None of our residents drive. The other factor that goes into the equation of a piece of property, there is bus transportation where some of our caregiving staff may take public transportation to the facility as well.
Right, but it just seems like you have 64 beds, 64 patients that are there. If they have, even if half of them have visitors coming in?
No, I understand. The reality of an Alzheimer's resident, and it's unfortunate, they do not get a lot of visitors. It is very difficult, unfortunately, and my son volunteers at a facility. The unfortunate truth is it's very difficult. You know, having lived with two grandparents that have passed away from Alzheimer's, it is painfully difficult to visit with them. I don't know how else to say.
Well, I care for my mother-in-law. I know how much work it is, and I help a few neighbors that are elderly. I know how much work it is, but I also know from our family, we have my husband, there are 4 children. They all came to visit. A lot of the grandchildren came to visit. So we were a lot of cars coming to visit at the facility. So with the 32 spots, that would not be sufficient, in my opinion. You guys are saying that 4 wings, so in each wing there are 16 patients. How many dining rooms?
There's 4.
There's 4 dining rooms.
Yeah. Each of the 4 wings, that's their own house per se. So each meal is served in their dining room. The resident that lives
Right, so but then if they want to go outside, you said that they would freely walk outside, but these are memory care patients, they can't freely walk outside, they need to be supervised.
They are supervised.
So then if you're living on the 2nd floor, you want to go outside, you don't know where the elevator is, you don't remember where the elevator is, you don't know how to push the button for floor 1, you don't know which door to go outside. How is that helpful for memory care unit to have 2 floors where it's very confusing? I know with my mother-in-law it was very confusing. She didn't have Alzheimer's, she had dementia. It was very confusing for her to walk through all the different walkways to find her room, to find the dining room. She didn't know which way to go.
If I
I think it's best, if you just give your comments, and then when we have a response from the applicant, you can give a thoughtful response. Any other resident would like to make a comment on this application tonight? If not, I believe we will continue our public hearing to June 15th, at the right date, 2016. And I look forward to seeing all of you again in June. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Schneider application 74 Hawks Avenue.
David Sessions, with Keller Sessions Consulting. This is the application of Joanne Schneider, two-lot subdivision, 74 Hawks Avenue. We were here last month with an informal presentation. As you might recall, several years ago, the applicant applied for a zoning variance for a side yard setback. The variance was granted.
Side yard setback?
There's a 50-foot wide flag component to the zoning. The applicant did not have the full 50-foot width. They provided 10 feet wide for the flag.
Right, Dave, but you said side yard setback.
I apologize. It was not a side yard setback. It was a, as you know, there's a 50-foot wide flag requirement. The flag.
Right, the frontage and the strip of land connecting the street and the rear
Yes.
portion of the lot.
Yes.
They both need to be 50 feet wide.
Needed
But I was just
50.
commenting on the side yard setback.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. The variance was granted. The proposal is to provide 10 feet, a 10-foot wide strip. There is 50 feet along the frontage of the street, but then it necks down here, and there's a 10-foot wide strip here. That was the subject of the variance. The zoning board did grant that variance. For one reason or another, the applicant went away. I believe it was a health issue with her mother. She came back, and last month we presented that informal plan to your board. We were sent away. There were a few comments that the board wanted addressed, which we believe we have. Just very quickly, again, the complete site is about 43,000 square feet, just under an acre. We are proposing two lots, lot one being in the front here, which is about 17,100 square feet. Lot two would be the flag configuration, and then it opens up in the back here, which will house the existing residence, and that's about 26,000 square feet. Weren't many comments at the last meeting. One of the comments was we had originally proposed an individual driveway to this home within lot one. It was recommended by, I believe it was you, sir, or the board in general, that let's consider a common driveway so that we don't have an additional curb cut on Hawks Avenue. I had commented that the house was fairly close to the road to try to maintain separation between the two homes. The suggestion was that we try to move the house back 10 feet or so, 15 feet or so, which we've done. What that does is it gives us a little bit more breathing room to come in off of Hawks with the existing driveway and then make a left-hand turn and still provide reasonable access to the proposed garage. We've had discussions with Dan Ciarcia, the town engineer, regarding stormwater, regarding common driveway width, sewer connections, water connections. I know Dan's not here tonight, but we did provide the board and Dan with all of the requirements that he recommended, one of which was the width of the existing driveway. The existing driveway at the actual road is approximately 16 feet wide. Then it does neck down to 12 plus or minus feet. One of Dan's recommendations was let's make the common driveway portion of the driveway a full 16 feet wide. So in the event that there are two cars coming out or coming in, there's plenty of room, which we've done. We've also taken the proposed roof water, the driveway water, we've collected it in a drain inlet with some swales in the back, and we've put them into proposed Cultec infiltration units. We are providing treatment for the 25-year storm, which was also Dan's requirement. Cultec units are located here. There is an overflow from the Cultec for the higher storms that would discharge safely to the existing roadside drainage. Very simple sanitary sewer service connection located here, and the water connection located here. There is sewer and water in the street. We're just showing some grading. Obviously, we've graded out the driveway to provide reasonable access to the garage. We're grading the backyard such that any storm water that flows, sheet flows this way in the westerly direction, will be conveyed safely this way to the drain inlet and safely this way to another drain inlet, which are both pipe, and put it with Cultec units. With the exception of the deficiency in the flag width, which has been granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals, both lots are code compliant, zoning compliant, side yard, rear yard setbacks, lot coverage, and so forth. We feel that the common driveway will suffice. The owner would prefer to have the individual driveway, but we completely understand the curb cut situation. So we're perfectly okay with the common driveway. It seems to work. We really can't push the house any further back than what we have for obvious reasons, for privacy reasons and so forth. So I believe that David had mentioned that this would be, or would fall under the category of a minor subdivision. It does not exceed any threshold that would throw it into the major subdivision category. We've talked to Mr. Ciarcia. I think we've satisfied his engineering comments. And we'd like to move this forward as quickly as possible at this point. Just one more bit of clarification. The owner does not plan on building this home. Frankly, the owner is looking to move, I believe, to Florida or somewhere to the south. She is hopeful. What she really wants to do is put this lot on the market immediately. She wants to try to market her home and try to sell the home. And then what happens to this lot happens to this lot. A prospective purchaser either buys both lots or she maintains ownership of the front lot and ultimately she sells. But there's no immediate plans to build this. So that's just a point of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dan, David, do you have
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. And I think Sandy has a copy for Dave. Why don't we turn to the top of page 2? Do you have 2 copies, Dave?
I did.
You only need to read one. No. So this is almost an action, and the planning board needs to circulate a notice of intent to be lead agency, which we can provide to Sandy right away, and she can do that soon, and then in 30 days' time, the planning board would likely become the lead agency. Dave went over our comment number 2, which is there's nothing to do as a result, but it just talks about the variance that was granted. And then I think Dave may have mentioned that there's a 15-foot wide driveway access easement provided on lot 2 to the benefit, on lot 1 to the benefit of lot 2, and the subdivision plan is explicit about that. There also needs to be an access easement for lot 1 over lot 2 for that driveway, right? Lot 1 is going to be traveling over lot 2
Correct.
for the common driveway. And then we're going to need a maintenance agreement, or maintenance agreements, leave that up to Kathy, for the driveways. Number 4, the full extent of existing vegetation and screening along the northern property line of lot 1 should be shown. A site inspection revealed there to be a significant amount of vegetation. If necessary, further planting should be proposed along this property line. Any proposed planting should be staggered in placement and varied in species to ensure longevity. And that would just be for some additional privacy for the new home to be constructed on lot 1 eventually. And then coniferous planting should be proposed along the southerly property line of lot 2 in order to screen the adjacent property. Any proposed planting should be staggered in placement and varied species, the same comment. And then if, for any new landscaping proposed, the landscaping should be shown with scientific names, common names, proposed quantities, and locations. And we're not looking for an extensive amount of vegetation, just some additional coniferous screening. That's it. So there's not too much. Of course, and obviously we don't have a report from Dan, but not too much to say.
Okay. Thank you. Kathy, do you have any comments?
board should consider voting to declare its intent to be lead agency tonight, so that we could start that process. And then probably schedule a public hearing for June, if that's enough time.
Well, I thought that the intent of the minor subdivision was that there did not necessarily have to be a public hearing on the subdivision.
Well, we're still doing secret, so.
Also, is this?
Actually, if I ever gave you that impression in our conversation about this, we did not do anything. I'm not
accusing you of saying anything.
No, there has to be a public hearing, even though it's a minor subdivision.
Okay.
It's required by law.
Okay, sorry. One other thing though, would this be exempt from secret? Single-family home?
The answer is no. If all you were seeking was a building permit for a single-family home, it would be a type 2 action, and it would be exempt from secret. But since this is a subdivision, it's not. It's almost an action.
I agree.
Sorry.
Member Rosales, you have any?
Not at this time.
I recused myself last week because I was involved in my subdivision, so.
I have
Would the planning board at this time would like to declare itself or declare an intent to be lead agency on this project? Do I have any objections to that? May I have a motion to declare the planning board lead agency on the
Your
Schneider,
intention.
our intention to be the lead agent on the Schneider subdivision, 2-lot subdivision, 74 Moss Avenue. May I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
May I have a second? Okay. At this time, we can do that. Do I have an objection to opening a public hearing for the June 15th meeting? Or do we feel like we should do more analysis?
I have no objection.
Do you have an objection? So may I have a motion to open a public hearing on June 15th for the Schneider subdivision? Yes.
I live next door.
Yes.
And when I saw the email announcement of this being on the agenda, at that time, was the first thing on the agenda?
Yes, I know.
I called the office and was told by your receptionist that tonight would be a public hearing on the subject.
Okay, she was mistaken.
And that's fine, but before you close business on this, could I ask the applicant a couple of clarifying questions so I understand?
We've just started this process. We're now scheduling a public hearing for June 15th. So this
I'm not trying to testify, but he's talking about stormwater drainage devices that I've never heard of, and it would be, I'm downhill.
Right.
And if it overflows, it's gonna go right across my driveway.
I guess my point is, we're not closing this matter under any means, so I just want to make sure.
Prepared for June 15th. Could he define what he's talking about?
Would you like,
We can talk in whole. Is that better?
just to move things along?
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, and you'll speak to neighbors if there's no clarification, and at that point of the public hearing, the members of the public will have comments, and the planning board may look for other documents to assist us in making a decision if we would be the intent to
Okay. And I will,
If you want this large setting.
I'll respond to F.B. Clark's memo. I would respectfully request, or maybe if you will allow me to reach out to Dan directly.
Please do.
Just to get some comments so that we can nip that in the bud even before the June meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. applicant. Come to the front and address their presentation.
Good evening, J.B. Fernandez, architect for Bethany Arts Community. Since we were last in front of the board last month, I know we declared intent to the agencies that have been circulated. Also, we provided the board with narrative of how the building is going to be used, and I think some board members visited the site. What we have, since our last presentation, we have added more landscaping in the edge for screening after addressing, speaking to some of the neighbors. In this area as well, we have added more landscaping. Also, what we have done is we have met with the town consultant, we have met with the building inspector numerous times, and he agreed with us about the parking waiver that we are requesting from the planning board. I think there's a memo from Mr. Hamilton, reference to that. The base of us requesting for a waiver is that when we go through the calculation based on the town code, it's a more conservative approach than our actual uses for the site. We have demonstrated that use of the town code, we will need 176 parking spaces. We have shown the site that we are planning, we're hoping to build 106 parking spaces. We have 30 parking spaces that are for event parking. We will use ecological friendly grass pavers to do that. And we are requesting to provide opening 40 parking spaces. And some of the board members are here will talk a little bit about the use of the building, but our basic request for a waiver is based on the fact that the cafeteria is never used as a unit alone. It's always used as an incidental component to either the assembly spaces or the lodge in the building. So when we calculate the cafeteria, we account for 40 parking spaces that in reality will never be used because the cafeteria will never be used as a standalone practice. Mark, we'll talk a little bit about that.
And Zach.
Zach. So many marks.
I'll have something to say.
Good evening, Zach Schusterman, Law Office of Zach Schusterman. I'm counsel to the Bethany Arts Community. In my practice, I work with a lot of community organizations, arts organizations, cultural institutions, and I can say wholeheartedly that I'm honored to be part of this project and everything it's bringing to the Austin community. At the last meeting, some of the board asked for a narrative to give you an idea of a day in the life of Bethany. What exactly is happening at the Bethany Arts Community? And that's understandable since arts community can mean a lot of different things. As part of our narrative, we broke down the users of the activities, the folks that will be at Bethany, into 4 groups. And I'll spend a few moments talking about each of those groups and activities to clarify them a little bit. I know we've been here a long time, we'll try not to be too long-winded. But I want to emphasize that each service, each activity we're talking about will be for the betterment of the broader community. The town of Austin, the region, artists in the community, students, and organizations that are already lucky enough to call Austin home. So everything I'll be discussing is described to some extent in the narrative already. The first group, the first activity I want to talk about, we're referring to as Children of the Community. And here we're really talking about instructional art programs. We're not talking about putting an art school where you have tons of classrooms filled with students. We're talking about discrete individual instructional programs. As an example, to give you an idea of the spirit of Bethany, We've actually already actively reached out to many arts organizations in the community that would urge in presenting classes, but lack the space. Unfortunately, in our region, real estate is very expensive, and a lot of organizations just can't afford to rent space to present their classes. But in particular, we want to talk about the fact that we actively reached out to the Austin School District. We got a very nice positive response. There's good exchange between our organization and the school district. And we're already talking about providing supplemental after-school arts programming for art students to be taken to the property for a few hours for instructional programming. This will happen in the afternoons. And the way Bethany is set up, you won't have a lot of programming going on simultaneously. So we might have a single adult type class during the day for parents, perhaps with their children. We'll have an afternoon after-school program for our students from the local schools, and we might have an evening programming that's accessible to a lot of the community. The reality is it's unlikely that we'll have all three of these every day, but we wanted to give you an idea of the spectrum. The second group, the second activity we're talking about tonight, we're calling daytime use. And to be more particular, this is really studio space that'll be available for artists in the community. I know some of you on the board are artists, some of you are familiar with the arts. In our region, there's a real dearth of affordable studio space. I personally know artists who live further down in the river towns who are now driving all the way up to Peekskill to find a small space they can afford to use. Bethany is going to offer this space to them. It'll be affordable, easily accessible, and we do want to emphasize that as part of our commitment to the local Austin community, several of these studio spaces will be reserved specifically for artists residing within the town of Austin. And we expect the remainder of the spaces available to be used by artists in the region. We don't expect folks to be traveling too far to come to Bethany to use these studios. The third activity, and this is the one that I want to spend a little more time clarifying, is our artist residency program. And the reason I want to emphasize this is that residency can easily be confused with residences. We're not talking about being landlords where people can come and rent space to live. In the art community, residency is a very specific concept. It's the idea of offering space for artists to come and practice, hone their skills, create the art that they usually can't create because they don't make a lot of money. They can't afford a lot of studio space. In our case, the residencies won't be very long. They'll be short-term, anywhere from a week to 4 months. As part of this residency program, we'll see a lot of this overlap that Mr. Hannah was talking about. Actually, we can leave it right here. So we have most of the third floor will be residences, or lodging, I should say. And artists will be provided the opportunity to stay in one of these individual units, and simultaneously on the lower floors, they'll have access to 1 or 2 studio spaces. So in effect, we have up to 3 rooms being used by one individual. And it's not just affording space to the artist, it's also providing the artist an opportunity to interact with the community. So as part of the residency program, some of the artists who will be coming in at different points in their careers, some of the artists will then provide classes with the community. They'll provide, we'll provide opportunities for social interaction where folks in Austin can come and meet an artist. And because we'll be curating, and I keep using that word, but we'll be selective about the artists that are allowed to come and participate in this program. In some cases, we'll have globally renowned artists coming and interacting with the neighbor down the street, the kids in the school. It's going to be a great program for everybody involved. And then the last activity I'll be discussing is general participation. This is the idea that we are a space that presents. The presentation may come in the form of an art exhibition for local artists individually or in groups. We might have artist talks, or artists from the community or from the outside world come and talk about the art and what they're producing. Some of these might be residents, some of these might be local residents who are using studio space in Bethany. We'll also have some presentations you might find in the chapel space, the former chapel space, that'll be a multi-use space. And what I want to emphasize here is that we're not going to have multiple programs at the same time. We have several large spaces that will be used by small groups. So let's say we have 30 folks coming to an art exhibition. That same group of 30 may then migrate to the chapel space for a talk with the artist. But we're not having folks in both rooms at the same time. So there'll be a lot of this overlap. I think that's it for my portion of explaining the studio space and the other activities we're talking about. Sure, if you have any questions, we can address them now, or we can take them in the homework memo later on.
Okay, I think you have it already. It looks like you have it in your hand. So just to put this in context, the applicant is before the zoning board of appeals seeking a special permit. They went to the zoning board of appeals. The zoning board of appeals said, we can't act because the seeker process is not over. We would like the planning board to declare its intent to be a lead agency, become a lead agency, go through the seeker process, and then send the applicant back to the zoning board of appeals. So the planning board declared its intent to be a lead agency at the last meeting. We sent out the designation of lead agency notice, I think it went out on May 12th. 30 days from that point, the planning board will likely become the lead agency. The planning board is not here for site plan approval. The planning board will never be here for site plan approval if it can't get the special permit from the zoning board of appeals. So we're not going to get super detailed about the site plan. We're not going to have a public hearing on the site plan. We're just here for the seeker process. And as a matter of fact, we left lots of comments out, lots of detailed site plan comments out, and we're holding on to them if the planning board, if the applicant gets the special permit and comes back. So the applicant, and now I'm at the bottom of page 2 of the memo, the applicant is requesting this parking waiver. J.B. Hernandez has submitted something, I think it's dated yesterday perhaps. I haven't had a chance to review it. I'm going to review it with Michael Galante, who is here tonight, our traffic engineer, and determine whether the waiver or the request to waive the initial construction of these 40 spaces is reasonably from our point of view or not. I'm also going to talk to Michael about whether he believes a traffic analysis is necessary or not. So we're going to do those two things. And do you anticipate in the near future or the far future ever having buses come to and from the site?
There's certainly the possibility that students will be bused to Bethany from the school. We don't expect large groups arriving, like tour bus or charter buses arriving at Bethany for any particular purpose.
Okay, so would the buses, the school buses need to park on the site?
We don't imagine that again, there are possibilities, but at this point we would imagine if there was a school bus, again, this is the only bus we imagine, the schools would be dropping off.
Okay, so it would be good to have a designated drop-off, pickup location where that could happen. Number 4, landscaping. Sheet S4 indicates that a proposed planting is to be located on top of the meditation trail, and that obviously won't work very well. And then we need to have an outdoor lighting plan showing all the information that we specify here. And otherwise, we believe sufficient landscaping, sufficient screening. Everything else seems to work out in terms of leading you in the direction of no significant adverse environmental impacts. Those are our comments.
So the applicant mentioned that there was a memo from the building inspector, and he confirmed that this board has the authority to grant a waiver. And really the waiver is just a waiver of having to construct the spaces now, and with the requirement that if the need arises, it has to be constructed in the future, which is different from a variance, that they wouldn't have to do it at all. So that's the difference here. I still would need, or we would need, the building inspector to issue a zoning certification and to confirm that the threshold issue is correct, that they are required to provide 176 spaces. I think you may have had a meeting about that, but we need that anyway prior to, well, at this point prior to granting a site plan approval, if you haven't even submitted a site plan. And I just want to make clear that because you haven't submitted a site plan application yet, if there's additional secret that needs to be done when you do so, that this is not going to be a site-specific review, because we don't have an application for us, so there could be additional environmental review when that occurs, when you make the actual application, because you're kind of bifurcating the process And the reason we're the lead agency is because that's what the zoning board wanted, and that's appropriate because the planning board is an involved agency and will be down the line because we have to grant site plan approval. So I think that's just important to keep in mind that there could be additional data.
So should this be called environmental review or SEQA review or, because right now we have it.
Right.
So I think we should give it a different name.
I mean, ultimately, the applicant has to make a site plan application before this board, and that's what gives the board authority, but they haven't actually submitted a site plan
All right,
application.
so now it's on the agenda, site plan.
I changed my agenda.
Okay.
This is very unofficial.
Okay. But we want to make sure the memos, everything, yeah, says this is a secret, so that there's no confusion.
This is the same, I mean, well, there's secret review of all like the sections. So we can still be in transport.
Well, I mean, that's what you have to decide, how you want to proceed, right? And at this point, you haven't submitted full site plan application to this board. So we can't do a site-specific environmental review to the extent there's specific site issues, right?
The site plan is very, very detailed. It shows grading, it shows everything needed for site plan. So really, they're just short, filling out the forms.
So why don't
Have
we
they
do
submitted?
that now?
Oh, there is an application for site plan? Yeah, there is.
So,
We did it long ago.
Yes, but
Now you have rules on
do you want? Are you asking that the planning board process these two applications in parallel at the same time?
How does that affect me going to the zoning board?
It doesn't really affect you, it's just that the planning board can't finish the process off and grant site plan approval until you get the special permit from the zoning board of appeals. Yeah, I didn't realize that an application for site plan.
Maybe you need to discuss it with our consultant.
It's just a minor change. I mischaracterized it.
Because the thing we did, submitted that we can review it and information. We can, assign we
Just to clarify
I mean, another thing you may want to consider putting a public hearing on this. I mean, I think it's important as part of the secret process anyway, that it be done in public, because public input is just really critical to the secret process. And since it isn't actually, right.
That was going to be one of my requests.
Since it is actually a site plan application, while you can't ultimately grant site plan approval until the zoning board acts, you could just keep open the public hearing until they come back after the zoning board. But this way, the secret process is out in the open and there's a public hearing and
Now,
public
say
input for
there's,
that.
changes to the plan, because,
We
among
already
those.
suggested the allowing for buses. So, I mean, it'd be great if you can incorporate, space for that busing without adding additional paving. We'll see if you can pull that off.
Okay.
But if you can keep it to a minimum, I like the idea that you're coming before the board and asking for fewer parking spaces. I have no issues with that. So if you can minimize the paving to accommodate a school bus, that would be fantastic. But since we already know that there's going to be change coming, should we do a public hearing?
My point is,
Very minor change relative to the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
my point is that, when you go to a public hearing, the public has an opportunity to, look at the plan and give their thoughts on it, right? But if the plan hasn't been discussed amongst boards, or any, any potential modifications, right? Should there be a time period when the board is working with the applicant?
I'm concerned about doing anything in secret outside of the public. hearing process, because public input is such a big part of.
Exactly, we would have the public hearing, right? That's not a question, we will always have the public hearing, it's just how quickly we get to the public hearing.
Well, it depends what we're doing in those meetings. So if we're actually doing secret and it's not part of the public process, then I think we should just have the public hearing and do secret with the public input. But obviously, if you feel that there's not a plan that's sufficiently developed to introduce to the public, then, I mean, that's really up to the board.
What do you mean by plans?
The site plan, if there's gonna be changes to a site plan that is different from.
I guess my point is, technically, I feel like we should vet the plan, so that we have our thoughts, we can speak through a lot of the issues, parking, stormwater, whatever it may be for whatever site plan. And then we go to public hearing when the plan has gotten to a place where we believe, okay, now the public can come in and help us even enhance that much more. But if your feeling is we should go to the public hearing immediately, we just don't want it to, it's more of the process.
I mean, there's an overlap of those issues, so parking, stormwater, those are all secret issues, those are all environmental issues. So to the extent you're discussing that, the applicant weighing in on that, we should also be hearing from the public on that, because it's part of the secret process, so.
Okay,
And
I mean, we can open
makes
it,
for-
I just wanna make sure that the planning board has the opportunity, because what ends up happening at the public hearings is that what ends up happening at the public hearings is that we wanna ensure that the public gets the opportunity to speak, so we go to this.
I think that, as speaking to the applicant, I think we will welcome other comments from the public, so if there's something that we need to change, we do it with the public input, to hear to them earlier and correct them later.
Okay, because what happens with the applicant, but the public hearing's been open too long. And that's not where we're going here. We don't wanna feel the pressure of closing a public hearing because it's been open for a long time. Or, not to say it would be open for a long time, that's not what, but sometimes the applicant believes that the
But
public
I'm
hearing.
thinking the other way, that if the board that's the plan, and then there's a comment from a planning, from a neighbor, or from the public, that deems a change, then it doesn't mean a change.
Okay, that's perfect. All right.
We refer to, we can vote, yes.
Okay, you wanna, member was going to be, okay, member.
I just had a minor. Top and bottom of the sheet, I guess that's east-west. Because we have a regular cookie cutter arrangement of houses right now, all the parking spaces are facing left and right, headlights, just by virtue of the layout, obviously, not shining into the home. I would just suggest that the arteries, the roadways by which people leave the site at night, like if you're going up to that driveway, and even coming down this parking lot in the back, down the middle of the parking lot. If you could just possibly locate some of your trees and such, so they're not directly pointing towards a particular house. Because at the end of an event, you might have half-hour cars and headlights going through, and if they are not screened at each side, it might be the same amount of screening you have, just rearrange it. Just so the up and down driveways.
We can try to build a sort of in between.
Right.
So
but down at the bottom, particularly up on yeah, just find that.
Like a week ago, I was up at the site. I was invited to go up there. And what I like about this project overall is it's an existing building that's been there for many moons. Here's a new organization that's coming in, recycling the building, but really just doing some minor work on the inside. I also agree with Jim Seamus that the event parking, stuff like that, that they don't really need to fill that in. Because if you think of a place like Winters, or some other places like that, when they have an event, the way they have it with the grass and everything like that, a car can just drive in there for the 1 day a year or 2 days a year that they might need it. So not to have all these parking spots built now, to me, is a benefit for everyone in the neighborhood. To have this artist community thing that they're talking about in the community, I really don't know. I have no objection to it. I actually think it's actually good for us. We talked last month that on the north side, or the top of the plan, they have to widen the road. When you go to the site, I agree with what they have to do, because obviously the south side, the other roadway has some trees on it. Adding a few extra trees to block the cars at night, the lights, I have no problem with that either. I think that's actually a smart thing. Water courses, I didn't see any water running through this property. It was pretty much bone dry. I didn't walk in very far back, but they're trying to create, I'm just walking in general what I saw. I see they're trying to build an orchard, a sculpture garden, take an existing building that was once a monastery, whatever else, repurpose it. To me, it's a win-win, but I think this is the type of process that I really feel should not go on for 6 months, a year, or something. This is something that, if we're legally allowed to fast track it and have a public hearing, the neighbors have to say, which trying to do it, because this is something that's, I don't see any negative impacts so far that I know of. I could be wrong, the public might say something. That's what I
The use is very innovative, nice. It's something that I personally believe that Austin needs, and we look forward to the opportunity to work with the applicant to ensure that all of the parking issues and environmental issues are dealt with in a proper manner. I'm very happy that you outlined exactly how the uses are, how the uses and how you're going to operate so that the intensity of the uses will not be an issue to the broader community because of the way everything is based and operational. So that is very helpful. And if you are using busing, that's an opportunity not to have as many cars coming in, so I'm happy to see everybody. At this point, we haven't opened the public hearing for June 15th. May I have a motion? May I have a second? All in favor? At this point, we want to, if any member of the public is here to address the planning board on this application, they can, but we will have a formal public hearing on June 15th. Okay, thank you. River Knoll multifamily development, 40 Cortland Dam Road, zone and site plan.
So good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is William Knoll, I'm Fader, I'm Betramile, it's with the Lincoln Partners, and that form with AKRF. As you know, we were before you previously at which point you declared your intention to act as lead agency. Respecting the hour, we don't have a substantive presentation, but we did want to show the public a plan that I understand many of you have seen previously in connection with site visits. Glenn Betramile has shown a number of the town board members and a number of the planning board members and others the site, so that you become more familiar with it and understand some of the details. There's a lot of topography there, a lot of other things on the site, including existing buildings that will be coming down. So part of understanding the site plan is understanding the site. And understanding the site better has led Glenn to revise the plan that we initially showed to you, removing a number of the buildings that were closer to the perimeter of the property, and trying to consolidate at the center area where the existing development had been situated. So we've, I think, in my judgment, improved roadway circulation and the layout overall. But that's really a critical issue for public review and for you to get more detailed information about as part of the environmental, the secret process as we move forward. So while I could have Glenn walk you through the plan, I think what we're here tonight to ask is that you actually, having declared your intention to act as lead agency, that you actually be able to declare yourself lead agency. I understand that you may want us to do an environmental impact statement on this, and we proposed a scope that we submitted to you last week. If there were a way to move forward on enabling the public to review this and to get us going on the detailed analyses that we know you're going to want in order to evaluate the potential impacts on the site, we would hope that you would circulate that scope and set a time for a public scoping meeting in June if possible. So that's all a lot to put before you, but that I think is more important than getting into the substance than we've had a lot of substance from other projects. And we know we're going to need more time from you to evaluate that substance. We also know that there's the secret review process that's part and parcel of that.
So I'll be very brief with the new plan. Okay. So the old plan, that's part of the EAF, had 4 buildings. The primary building with the amenities up on top, and then rings with the B buildings. The overall site disturbance and footprint of the buildings was much greater than what we're now talking about. We consolidate everything in one building. So there's one building on top, and still coming in off of Croton Dam, current location with a loop road, more parking underneath the building. Every unit has about 1.25 parking spaces beneath the building, and then there are some that ring it. That'll be for additional cars plus visitor parking. A major planning objective was to create a substantial green buffer. When you walk the site, I think when all of you walk the site, you realize how significant the buffer is. It's gotten much larger. I would say, I haven't done the takeoffs, but generally speaking, around 70% of the site is green. So we've gone to great lengths to keep it green, understanding the sensitivities of the neighbors, east of Croton, or west of Croton Dam, south, Pershing Avenue, the people over on first, second, and third, Narragansett, and then street north, I can't think of it right now. But being very careful about that. The frontage is a 1/4 mile long, to give you some sense of the magnitude. So it's all 1 and 2 bedroom units in here, with all of the amenities, the fitness studio, we have a yoga studio, we have a dog spa, we have an outdoor pool. I think when we all stood up here, looking out towards the Hudson, everybody understood the beauty of the site. So the site is absolutely beautiful, and we're trying to preserve as much of it as possible. Any questions?
You want to mention something about the affordable and clarify that or not?
The issue, affordable issue?
Just the question that come up from the audience.
Yeah, the audience, we did speak with a number of the people in the audience just in the last few minutes. There's concern about the affordable and what it is. The town mandates as part of any housing solution that 10% of the units be affordable at 80% of the area median income, which is about $90,000 AMI. So we're talking about families of about $72,000. That would be the level at which these units would be rented to. I think what else?
80%.
80% the AMI.
80%, so isn't that 94 or 100,000 for median income? And then you do 80% of that?
80%. The AMI, I think according to the Westchester AMI is in the 90s.
It's 90 to 100, something like that. So if you do 80%, you're at 72, which is what you're saying.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
something like
72,000.
Actually, 90 would be 63.
And there has been some discussion with Karen DeTore to try maybe to do several levels, maybe 60, maybe 80, maybe above 100%. We have some discussion going on about that.
So, just to put it back into context, at this point, this is a referral from the town board on a request to establish a new zone district that would permit the multifamily housing. We're showing it the conceptual plan. What we're now showing you as compared to the more spread out version will be our preferred alternative if you ask us to do an environmental impact statement. And we will need to evaluate potential impacts of this preferred plan as part and parcel of that environmental impact statement. We're prepared to do that. At the same time, the nuance of the affordable housing is just discussing so that neighbors can understand better what we're actually proposing. That's what we brought it up. We're not at that level at this point. We have not submitted a site plan application. We look forward to someday being able to do that, but we know we've got a number of things to move forward through before we get to that point.
And I would say this is still very conceptual. As part of the review, we will be doing a flyover, three-dimensional flyover. So we get a greater sense of how the building sits in the site. We've tried to preserve the tree stands up along the front where the hillside goes up, and similarly to the back. The architecture is going to be an Adirondack-style architecture, which once we do the 3D modeling, you get a very good sense of the architecture.
So, at this time, you want us to move forward with the scoping because of the environmental that we would be doing?
Well, the first step, if you're so inclined, would be to issue a positive declaration. And I've got something written that you have in front of you.
Can we get a copy of that?
Yeah, there are plenty of copies for everybody. Before we get into that, if I could just make one clarification. For rental, it's not 80% of the AMI, it's 60%.
Oh, it's 60%, okay.
You want to take a look? Okay, so we're recommending that a positive declaration be adopted by the planning board. And we have in front of you a resolution which would do that. And then we also have the positive declaration itself. And the reasoning for issuing the positive declaration is in the positive declaration, and I should say the reason why we're recommending it and the reason for POSDEC is in the POSDEC. There are probably a couple of numbers that are not quite correct because the plan has changed, and we took these numbers out of the environmental assessment form. I didn't realize you'd be presenting this tonight.
Well, to be fair and to be clear, we will evaluate the plan that was submitted to the town board in the EIS. and then we will evaluate this one as well as a preferred alternative, so that your
It's gonna be an
information.
alternative, okay.
I think that's the best way to do it at this point, because
that's
otherwise
fine.
I need to go back through the hoops of submitting this and a revised EAF, only to get to the same point that we're at tonight. So what we're gonna do then is be able to show you the new plan that we think has greater open space, and evaluate that in full depth as a preferred alternative.
As long as it's in full depth, so it was good to hear
Sure.
good to hear those words.
You want me to say it again, I'd be happy
Well, just one more time.
to. Okay, later.
Okay. You know each other too long.
We expect nothing less from you today.
A few of us on the planning board have actually were invited to go to the site. And I don't know if that's not public to say to look at this, but what I see in the new plan is less disruption to the property than the older plan, which is actually a good thing. What I also see in the new plan, which plan showed us, is all the
May I just turn this to the camera so that they
all the existing buildings on all the ugly old buildings that are facing all these houses nearby are all going bye-bye, which is actually in a way a good thing. So here's where a developer, and again, I know it's still early, here's where a developer, in my eyes, is doing the right thing so far, which is nice. I wish most everyone else was doing something like that. Again, the town still has, the people in the town of Austin still have to look at it and stuff like that. Here's something where so far we see someone doing something the right way.
Thank you. What we're going to do so that the public has an opportunity to see this, we're going to be submitting this in the next few days, so that you have it in your record officially and it's not just on the board. And we can submit a copy to the town board also, whatever you think should be done through the appropriate process.
Go on the website, right?
Yeah, that's fine. We can get it to you as a digital format, so you can do that. And that way, we don't have to hold the board up for a really long time. Okay. And give people an opportunity to look at it and compare.
So why don't we run through the POS deck? And as it says in a paragraph on I'm actually on the very last page, the above mentioned potential impacts are not intended to represent a scope of the draft environmental impact statement, but instead describe the reasons for requiring that the EIS be prepared for the proposed action. The subject matter to be addressed in the EIS will be described in detail in the final scope for the EIS to be adopted by the Town of Austin Planning Board. Going back to the third page from the back, reasons supporting determination, item number 1 under that criteria, and this is right out of Part 617, a substantial adverse change in existing air quality, ground or surface water quality or quantity, traffic or noise levels, a substantial increase in solid waste production, a substantial increase in potential for erosion, flooding, leaching, or drainage problems. And just to run through the reasoning, the existing zoning of the subject property in the Town of Austin is R15 one-family residence district. Although the actual residential density which would be permitted under the existing zoning has not been determined, the proposed zoning would yield significantly more residential density than would the existing zone. According to Part 1 of the EAF, the site contains a 0.25 acre wetland and would require disturbance of the wetlands buffer, thereby necessitating a wetland permit from the planning board and possibly the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The project also requires a stormwater permit from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation and the alteration of quantity and quality of surface runoff. The project proposes construction on 4.6 acres of slopes of 15% or greater, thereby necessitating a steep slope permit from the planning board. The project would increase the level of traffic to the site with an additional 45 trips during the weekday AM peak hour and 61 additional trips during the weekday PM peak hour. 2, the removal or destruction of large quantities of vegetation or fauna, substantial interference with movement of any resident migratory fish or wildlife species, impacts on significant habitat area, substantial adverse impacts on a threatened or endangered species of animal or plant or the habitat of such a species, or other significant adverse impacts to natural resources. We're not saying all of these things will necessarily happen, by the way, and we're going to make sure that the DEIS is scoped as narrowly and focused as it needs to be. According to Part 1 of the EAF, 10.8 acres of land are proposed to be disturbed and 1.05 acres are proposed to be converted to impervious surfaces, bringing the total amount of impervious surfaces on the site to 3.97 acres. Removal of trees on the site would necessitate a tree removal permit from the planning board. Also, approximately 25,700 cubic yards of soil is proposed to be removed to complete the project. Criteria 3, the impairment of the quality of the character or quality of important historical, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources or existing community or neighborhood character. The archaeological sensitivity of the site is unknown. The New York State Office of Park Recreation and Historic Preservation, has requested that a Phase 1A archaeological documentary study be prepared to evaluate the potential archaeological sensitivity of the site. The proposed action may affect the existing character of the neighborhood. Existing land uses surrounding the site are primarily 1 and 2-story single-family residences. Currently, the maximum building height for all districts is 2.5 stories. The proposed action consists of 3-story multifamily buildings, which would require an amendment to the zoning law. In addition, the project would reduce the amount of open space by 1 acre. For a major change in the use of either the quantity or type of energy, the project would result in the potential increase in energy consumption associated with the permanent occupancy use of the proposed 188 dwelling units. 5, a substantial change in the use or intensity of use of land and the encouraging or attracting of a large number of people to a place or places for more than a few days compared to the number of people who would come to such place absent the action. And then we have the same paragraph I read above regarding the existing zoning versus the proposed zoning and the existing density versus the proposed density. The project would replace an existing hospital with multifamily residential buildings and increase the intensity of the use of the site. The project is projected to house approximately 373 residents and would create 376 parking spaces. The proposed action would also increase the demand for water on the property from 14,185 gallons per day to 16,615 and add approximately 27 students to the Ossining school system. And then there are 2 sort of catch-all criteria, changes in 2 or more elements of the environment, no one of which has a significant impact on the environment, but when considered together result in a substantial adverse impact on the environment. And then 2 or more related actions approved by an agency, none of which has or would have a significant impact on the environment, but when considered cumulatively would meet 1 or more of the criteria. And then the rest is just basic information. Any comment?
Yeah, the only comment that I think is important is there will need to be a scope of the issues for us to address, and that is, I understand, going to be publicly vetted. We've asked if the planning board would be willing to set perhaps a special meeting in order to accommodate that, so there's ample time to address the issues so that you can come to a conclusion on what issues specifically we should address. But the other piece is that the substantial impacts that Mr. Stallman identified are potential significant impacts, not necessarily significant impacts. So
I think I mentioned that, Bill, when you were talking to Nanette.
Sorry. I'm not looking to correct you, I'm just looking to emphasize for the public that might be listening that the magnitude and the actual impact of these issues is exactly what the secret review process entails.
And I have to add, Bill, it pertains to the old plan, not the new plan.
Well, but in any event, the magnitude of impacts and their potential effect on the environment is what the EIS has got to address in more detail, and it will be aired publicly and
absolutely
reviewed by air consultants.
And the POSDEC is a finding that there may be significant adverse environmental impacts, not a finding that there will be. So I agree entirely with the bill. And then we have a resolution the planning board can adopt.
Is that in this?
Yeah, second page in. And I can paraphrase through the first couple of whereases. First whereas is a paragraph which describes the applications that have been made by the applicant. Second whereas is the location and tax map designation of the property. Third whereas is that there has been an expanded full EAF submitted by the applicant. The third whereas is that on February 26th of this year, the planning board circulated a declaration of intent to be lead agency, and that the next whereas is that no other involved agency has objected to the planning board becoming the lead agency, so the planning board has become the lead agency. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board makes the following determinations. Number one, the planning board designates itself as the lead agency for the project. Number two, the planning board has given full consideration to the EAF parts 1, 2, and 3, and accompanying documentation addressing the project. Number 3, the planning board has reviewed and considered part 617.7C of the seeker regulations, which contains the criteria for determining significance with respect to the project. Number 4, the planning board determines that the proposed action may have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and therefore the planning board hereby issues a positive declaration for the project, thereby requiring the preparation of a draft environmental impact statement for the reasons stated in the attached positive declaration, part 3 of the EAF. 5, the planning board directs that the positive declaration shall be filed and published in accordance with part 617.12 of the seeker regulations, and we've provided a list of agencies that this be sent to, as well as the applicant. 5, the planning board directs that the positive declaration shall be, I just read that, I think. Number 6, the planning board directs that the applicant's draft scope for the DEIS shall be circulated as required by part 617.8 via the seeker regulations. And there would be a 7, which would be the planning board schedules a public scoping session with respect to the DEIS to be held on whatever date. And then we'll make sure that we provide Sandy with a notice for the scoping session.
So at this point,
you can decide if you'd like, when you'd like to hold the public scoping session and adopt the resolution as amended.
would you members like to have a special meeting for the public scoping session of this project?
As one of our scheduled
First
planning board
Wednesday.
meetings, if we should hold. I think it's the first one.
We talked about this, work session,
Yeah, a work session too.
a work session, right?
Yeah, work session, basically to.
Well, this is essentially going to be a public hearing, essentially. We're going to be inviting the public in to look at a scoping outline, or to hear about a scoping outline, certainly, and to give its input with respect to what else should be included in the DEIS.
So we could either have it the same night, 15th, of the regular scheduled meeting,
And we have 4 public hearings that night already.
or we could try to do it at a separate day after that, like the 16th, 21st, Tuesday.
I don't object to doing it a different night, because check it out. What time is it now? It's 11:30.
Well,
Yeah, it's 11:30, then
how long do we need to notice a meeting such as this? Because if we wait till the June 15th to schedule a meeting,
We won't have enough time.
okay, so, okay. So,
just a regularly scheduled work session.
Yeah, at least we'll get a, it's a public meeting, but it's not a public hearing.
Right, it's a public meeting.
So the public
Right.
can sit there and listen,
Right,
but they can't make comments because we're trying to get a thinking.
right.
The public meeting would then be the next, right? Would they
Right,
have-
so the next regularly scheduled public meeting will be 15th, but if there's too much on the agenda, maybe the date after that. I don't know, the 21st.
It's gonna be Wednesday. Friday the 22nd would be June 22nd.
Then you would just notice for
June 22nd.
Public hearing.
the public hearing.
And we, in addition, will have, attend the work session with the planning board on June 1, so that you could review the draft scope with us. Is that correct? Is that what you're
So the
suggesting?
planning board would be discussing.
Can I make the motion?
The draft scope.
And we would be attending
Right, you can.
dialogue with them, I assume, right?
What we actually intend to do, if it's okay with the planning board, is the same thing we do with respect to the Highview draft scope, is to take the draft scope and with double underline and strike out, show our suggested changes. And Kathy and I will roll that together and hopefully, well, if Dan is available, we'll work with him as well, and produce a revised scope for the planning board to look at and discuss. That's exactly what we did with respect to the Highview DEIS scope, particularly applicant scope, with double underlining and strike out, show suggested changes. And it really advanced the process considerably. And got the planning board in a position to issue its final scope in a timely manner.
We would welcome that if it's possible for us to get that marked version a couple of days ahead of the planning board June 1 meeting. That would be helpful to us, just so that we can be prepared to address it.
Can they get it a few days before the June 1st meeting?
Only if I can give it to you a few days before as well.
Well, you bet.
Okay.
That would be
Okay.
very helpful to us. Thank
Okay.
you.
And how soon can you get those drawings in PDF formats and all those?
I think in the next day or two, we should be able to get it over to you.
To Sandy so she can post them
Right.
so that the public can see all those drawings.
What I want to be able to do is to get it to, we may be able to get it to you digitally faster, and then I'd like to submit hard copies to the planning board and to the town board, so that they're officially in the record, other than the digital,
Okay,
if that's acceptable.
that's fine. Now we have a resolution in front of us, before us. And,
Yes.
It's in the resolution.
Yeah, it's a resolution.
It's number 6 in the resolution, the circulation of the draft scope. Your draft scope.
Right. Thank you.
so we have a resolution in front of us, a River Mill project resolution acknowledging the agency status and adopting a positive declaration. There's no, do I have to, you've already done the now therefore be it resolved clause, or do I have to?
I read the now
Yeah,
therefore.
so,
And we're adding a number 7 to the now therefore be it resolved, which would be a public scoping session on June 27, 2016.
At what time?
7:30.
7:30.
Normal time?
And is that, do you know where that would be held? Would that be held?
we need Sandy to help us organize the room. Right here.
The bigger venues, so the library or here.
So do you want to say here and subject to change, so that we at least have a designated place? And then we can work out the logistics, and we'll make sure the notice is clear and correct. Thank you.
So June 1 and June 22nd, both, let's say at 7:30 or?
Yeah, well, it's 7:30. No, that's just, that's be regular. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the resolution We'll prepare the
And
notice.
you want us, how do you want notice to be handled? We previously, for tonight's meeting, posted signs at the property.
I know,
I assume you want signs posted at the property as well, so you can coordinate with you. Kathy, coordinate with you on San Diego. David on posting
Yeah.
signs. And then you let us know if you need us to do the mailing or if you're gonna do the mailing.
I think it's the applicant.
Well, that's why, because David said you're gonna do the notice, I just wanna make sure that it's late, so I just wanna make sure I hear it.
Sandy, do you normally, who does the, you'll provide addresses, they'll do the mailing.
You want us to do it?
We'll work it out. We'll do it the way we do every public hearing. Sandy knows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks a lot.
Have a nice night. Minutes? Has everyone read the minutes? June 1st and June 22nd. Both?
June 1st is the work session.
Yeah, and June 22nd.
188, quarter of a mile away, they don't even.
Okay, has everyone read the minutes?
June 22nd is a public
May I
hearing.
have a motion? May I have a second? Our next meeting is June 1st.
June 22nd.
Work session, June 15th, 2016. And June 22nd.
Excuse me.
Another commitment, so I guess.
On that meeting for Croton Dam, 40 Croton Dam, are you going to notify all residents with flyers in the mailbox of the meeting?
We're gonna do all of the required notification that as per our law.
All right,
So
thank
we do have a very extensive law to notify residents on applications of public hearings, okay?
Okay, thanks a lot.
May I have a motion to adjourn, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Right on First Avenue.